Hello, everyone. Could you please start taking your seats? Okay, welcome everyone. Before we start, I would just like to have a short safety briefing. So there's no planned drills for today for this event. So if you hear any alarm, please proceed down to the stairs. The meeting point is right outside of the, at the entrance. So that's where we would meet. This is just before we go ahead. Welcome everyone to the DSATS and Art Symposium. My name is Serafima Schäfer. I'm DSATS Program Chair for Europe. As you know, every year we gather together to discuss automation of drilling rigs and well construction. Where we usually share our experiences and challenges. But it is also a tradition, It is also a tradition to every few years to invite people from outside from our industry, and this is what we're thinking to do this year as well. So that's why the topic is automation, data, and robotics in other industries. In the last few years, we have seen, last few years they brought a lot of new technologies that changed the way how we work. And it also, automation enters our life. It's much more common now than it was before. So with all of this in mind, our industry and as well as other industries are going through some changes. So therefore, we have invited this year 3 speakers from outside the industry, unique in their background and full of their experiences, because we believe that so that they can share their challenges and thoughts, and I'm sure there's a lot to learn from it. So we hope it would be a good, productive session for all of you with lots of collaboration. You would learn a lot, and also just a session that you would enjoy. The schedule for today, how we're planning to run it. So at the beginning, we will have an introduction from DSATS, an update from DSATS and Art to share the latest updates, what is happening. This will be for the first half an hour. Then we will give floor to our first keynote speaker, Björn Jalving from Kongsberg Maritime, and I will introduce him when we go along. All the sessions from all the speakers are scheduled that it will be a 30-40 minute presentation from the speaker themselves, where they can share their view on automation in their industry or their information, what they wanted to share with our industry. And then there will be a Q&A session for you to go ahead and ask if there is any specific questions. We'll have a break around 2:30, which will be 25 minutes. The coffee is served outside, and the coffee and water is available outside for you at any given moment. If you need to use the restrooms, they are downstairs. Please feel free to do so. During the coffee break, I would also ask everyone to go outside, because we'll conduct some interviews in the corner over there. We have a live streaming team with us as well, because many people, it's not always possible for people to join. So as we're kind of repeating the success from 2 years ago, where we invited a company to have it available, and it will be live streamed on YouTube for people from the other part of the world to join. After the coffee break, we will go to our second keynote speaker, Dag Madlan, and after that we will go for our third speaker, Kostas Alexis. After the close out, I would also invite you to a networking reception where we'll have another chance to communicate both to our speakers and with each other, and share all the new thoughts and challenges that we thought. So, and also before we start, I would like to give big thank you to our sponsors, to our platinum sponsors, Corva, Baker Hughes and Halliburton, which made it possible to have this event and also to have live streaming. And we also would like to thank our gold sponsor, the Drill Docs company. So with this, I will pass it over to Dimitrios to share update on the DSATS.
Thank you, Serafima. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming over to this event. This is the annual meeting for the technical section. Most of the technical sections have their annual meeting at the IADC in October, but since DSATS is so close to drilling, we are maybe the only technical section that have our annual meeting this time of the year at the drilling conference. So what I have today is, this is the agenda. We'll go through an update for the section. There is, being the annual meeting, there is few of us that rotate out every year, and new officers are coming in. So all of you will have the responsibility of voting in and approving the nominations that you will see in the next slide. Then I have a few more slides on the ongoing initiatives, activities of the technical section, and I'll close out with some events, the upcoming events for the next few months. So the nominating committee decided to make a few small changes this year. They are combining some roles, as you can see, for efficiency, streamlining the operations. So the program chair was a role global, now is combined with a program chair for North America. And a couple of other roles that were not really needed, if you want, have been combined, they were absorbed into some of the other existing roles. So there was nothing major really there, and these are the people that are stepping out or their term is ending, and the new people coming in green, as you can see here. So DSATS is one of the sections that has officers as dictated by SPE, but also we have a board of directors, and that's not a standard practice. The board is usually more senior people that have served in the industry and in the technical sections, and they are there to oversee, if you want, the activities of the executive team, if you call it that way, which is the officers. So we have a couple of people stepping out. Mark Anderson and Austin Groover are stepping. Their term is ending, and they didn't have the time to continue. So we have two people coming in, and you see on the left side, that's Calvin and myself. My term is ending as the chair of the session, and I was nominated to move to the board. And on the right side, you see some of the new people coming in to take over the open positions for the officers of the technical section. So the new chair is nominated to be Blakely Farrow from Neighbours. And I think it's a very positive development to have contractors participate more in the activities of the section. Until now, it has been more service companies, people from service companies. And it's good to have participation from all segments, including operators and including OEMs. And there you see some of the other names. Maury is taking the chair of the combined chair between program and North America. And you see the rest of the people. So we're trying to cycle in and out every year about a third of the total count. And so we maintain some continuity. The maximum term is 3 years. So not to spend too much time on this, our constitution says that the nominating committee comes with its names, And this meeting here, the people that are present in this room, if you vote, if there are no objections, will ratify these results, and these become the officers for the section going forward. So let me go through this formality and ask if there are any objections by anybody from what you see on the screen. Okay, thank you. So this will become the team that will lead the section for the next year. And next year, we're going to have, again, a few more names coming in and out. All right, so let's continue then. Some information about the membership. This is the end of 2024, the number of people that we have in the section. You can see professional members were about 2,400 on the graph in the middle. And the bottom, the green line, is student members. It's about 600 student members. And that's, I think, the trend is up, and that's a good thing. I know that we could be doing more to attract young talent, but it's better for the number to go up than down. Now, the challenge is, how do we address the needs of these people? How do we allow them to participate and contribute? And there is a debate going on how to do that in the best way. We're not there. I know we're not there. We can improve, but it's good to see, the young people, the young graduates interested in the technologies that we're developing. On the far right on top is the conversion of student members to professional members. So it's important, that graph is important because those student members will become really the blood of the technical section to keep it going for the next decades, few years to decades at least. On the bottom, on the lower left, is the distribution across the different sub-segments, service, operators, contractors, etc. So you can see that still service companies are the lion's share of membership, but it's not as dominant as it used to be. It's more spread out now, and we have operators and we have contractors. And I think it's important, it's critical, in my opinion, to have operators and contractors participate and drive the activities of the section. The other two graphs are comparison relative to 2023. There is a small increase. This is not just this technical section. The entire SPE follows that recovery, if you want, following the COVID years. Going forward, the first couple of months, January, February of this year, the renewal is not as high as the numbers that we closed 2024. We're a little bit behind. So we have a task in our hands to bring back all the people that were members at the end of 2024. So this is a little bit more statistics here. The distribution of the membership, most of it, as you can see, the two big sections are North America and Middle East. And the third one is the North Sea, here. So, oh, sorry. So there is a geographical spread, which is decent, and there are a lot of new members from areas that are not traditional oil and gas, in Africa and India and Australia and Far East, and I think it's a healthy sign. So DSATS has program chairs in all these areas, and the idea is to have presence on the ground, to have in conferences and universities, and if things don't go, let's say, very favorably for us in Europe or North America, to have, growth opportunities in other parts of the world, to bring in talent and to bring new energy and new ideas. So it's going to be the pattern for years to come, I think. Age distribution. So that's healthy also, I think. We have most of the people in the group between 34 and 54, age group. The super old people, let's say, are kind of phasing out, very few. I'm getting there myself. And there is a pipeline, younger people coming in. So the idea is to bring that first bar higher as much as possible. All right, so let's talk a bit the numbers. So technical sections in general don't have their own bank account, but DSATS started having its own bank account for several reasons. One was to And we're not talking a huge amount of money. We're talking about $70,000, $80,000. You cannot do serious development with that money, but it's important to drive some smaller scale activities, with student competitions, allow them to participate in conferences, present, have these networking events that we have in these sections, etc. So this is really the tip of the iceberg in terms of what funding we need for the activities that we're undertaking. But it's better than having nothing. And I want to say thank you to the sponsors and to all of you really that pay a fee to come to this event, because it's those fees really that add up to bring this sum. And right now, as you will see on the next slide, we are covering the cost, for example, for students from 2 universities to come to this conference and present their work. Usually we have sponsors cover this cost, but the sponsorship levels vary year in year, each year. So this particular year, DSATS is stepping in and covering some of these costs, because we came short in sponsorships. And that, again, that would not happen if we didn't have, the help from the sponsors and the members like this. I don't want to spend too much time on this. So on the activities, what initiatives we have in DSATS? Those are, we call them subcommittees in the section, and those, they go through a process of getting, proposal, approve, and then execution. These are the 5 that are ongoing right now. There is the data and quality uncertainty that Eric has been working on for a while. Then the DWE is the biggest, the most active one right now. The open source drilling community is something that we participate. It's not necessarily DSATS activity, it's more of an industry activity, but DSATS is sponsoring. Drillbotics is a student competition that Fred Florence has started, and he's driving for the most part. And the verification and validation of drilling automation systems that Rodica is leading. So those are the 5 that are going on. I just want to give a brief update on a couple of them. So the Drillbotics, this is a student competition that has been around for like 10 years. Until now, it's being evolving. It started as a competition where teams of students from different universities would build a small-scale rig and physical, actual hardware, and make it work, drill through a rock sample. The last few years, there was the option added, Group B, if we call it, where students can analyze data, soft data, and come up with answers, solutions, etc., not building anything. And the idea there was to give university the option to compete on the level that they can. As you can imagine, building hardware is expensive and it takes time. And if a university has been doing this for 3 years, they're starting with a big advantage compared with a new team that is starting from 0. The playing field is not level. And we're trying to address that as much as possible, but that's why the Group B, or try to motivate universities to work together. We realize that it's not ideal, the structure that we have now, and there are always ways to do things better, and we're open to those suggestions, and we hope that we will be able to keep the program going. For this year, like I said, we didn't get enough sponsorships, so DSATS had to step in and fund the competition going forward. But for next year, we got support from SPE. SPE approved 25K to put towards, and because they realize the importance, in principle, of keeping universities and students engaged. And we hope to be able to build on that and get support more longer term, both from SPE and from operators, for the next 5 years, etc., to build, to make this competition more stable and not go hand in hand, every year asking for sponsorships. So we'll see how that goes. On the DWIs, for those not familiar, DWIs stands for Drilling and Well Interoperability Standards. This is an initiative that has been going on for a few years now. If you remember, Daryl Fett from Total started this, and it went around OSDU, etc., and finally it found a home under DSATS. The reason for that was two reasons. DSATS is an open community. It's no membership. So everybody can participate without fee. And that makes the discussions, the conversations open. And there is nothing proprietary be disclosed. Ultimately, whatever comes out of this initiative, we want to feed back to the industry. SPE and DSATS, we don't have any regulatory authority or auditing or enforcing authority. The industry has to buy in and decide whether they want to follow what we're proposing here or no. And that, I mean, DSATS cannot do that. We have to work with other entities, whether it's the API or the IADC or whoever it is, to create recommended practices, etc. We're not there yet. We're still kind of developing proof of concepts for this technology. And you will see, so a little bit of the history. The idea, what is this? What is DWIS? What are we trying to do? We're trying essentially to make plug and play like that, as simple as that, for sensors, actuators, and software components. When you have a rig, and everybody brings in their own equipment, their own sensors, their own hardware, and most of the time those things don't work together. And you have to customize, and you have to spend time, which means lost productivity and lost efficiency, and that hurts the industry overall. So imagine for a second, theoretically, that you can come in with your hardware or software, you connect, and you can automatically recognize what is going on the rig, and everybody else can recognize you. Imagine the savings in time and productivity that this would create, okay? Now, it may sound like a dream, but we need to start somewhere. So that's what this is. So right now, like I said, we're in the proof of concept, and we're developing little by little the technology. The first demo that happened in 2023 the purpose was to show that as different pieces of software they plug together into the network, they all can recognize each other and share data. And at that level of a demo, it worked fine. Now, everything, of course, is more difficult when you try to deploy at scale. We're not there yet, but let's prove the concept first. So that part worked. You know, the different pieces working together. Now, the next step, can you take that solution and transfer it to a next rig where it has a different control system and a different automated drill control system like the Novos and the DEAL from HMH, etc. How do you develop something once and you deploy it, you know, everywhere? So that's the next series of demos that we're trying to do. It was planned for 2024, but it fell a little bit behind on schedule because of implementation issues. But this year, we're having like 4 or 5 demos where we show exactly that you develop a solution for 3, 4, several advisors together, and hardware and sensors, and you take that as is without re-verifying, re-developing, without customization, and transfer it to the next rig. So we're progressing, and at the end of the year, early next year, I think, there is the plan to take this proof of concept out to a real rig, and I want to thank Aker BP here for helping for this. I think there is something important here, and I say it's important because now we see contractors actually and OEMs, equipment providers, starting to participate and help with this development here. It's not just within the technical section now, but the industry is picking it up. And I think that's the way it should work, and I hope, you know, we see a commercial success out of this. All right, so I kind of got ahead of myself here, I think. I'm going backwards, 1 second. So these are the demos. These are the objectives for the different demos. And now, on the DWIS, we have a consortium this Friday, after the drilling conference, again at the Aker BP facility, who is kind enough and generous enough to host us. And the purpose of this consortium is to bring some of the people on board on the same page, but more importantly, is to discuss what is the next step. How do we take this, you know, proof of concept work that happens in a technical section with help from NORS? How do we take it to the next level of field trial and small-scale deployment and ultimately large-scale deployment? Who does what? Why? Why it makes sense for a contractor to participate in this? You know, what do they see out of this? What benefits? What benefits does the service company see? What benefits does the operator see? So these are the key questions that have been holding back automation for 20 years. And we're trying to scratch the surface a little bit and see how we can progress here. And I would like to invite all of you to participate in this consortium on Friday, if this sounds interesting, you know. Now, I want to mention, it wouldn't be fair to leave this out. This is not a formal activity out of DSATS, but it's something, an initiative that happens, at least in the US, out of Ensign, Mark Anderson, for those of you that know him, that he tried to address a similar need at a different, more practical level, you know. You could argue that what we're trying to do in DWIS is kind of the Cadillac, if you want, you know, the high-end solution that wouldn't necessarily apply on a low-cost, high-volume rig in the US. And maybe there is some truth to that. Now, what Mark is trying to do, he's trying to address a very practical need of how do we transfer the drilling plan that the operator creates into the system of the contractor and do that seamlessly. How do we recognize what data, the units, the names? How do you avoid fat finger errors due to re-entry, etc.? It's very practical. And there is an acronym here, SMART, you know, which is an acronym, of course, but it's catchy. And that's exactly the idea, how to bridge, if you want, the gaps that we have today between exchanging data between operator and contractor. Now, it's a small piece. It's not general enough, generic enough as DWIS, but it's addressing the same need, very specific need. And that work is going on and will keep going for a while. I have taken, I think, more time than I was allocated, but here are the next few events that we have planned out. There is this meeting today, and of course on Friday we have the consortium. There is a networking session that we plan to have at the IADC in October in Houston, and there is a couple of webinars that we have from SPE, and we haven't allocated those two, so they are open. If any of you has anything to share with the industry, good lessons or lessons learned, successes, etc., that will be it's a good opportunity to address this group. And we have bi-monthly calls open to the community. So as a technical section, we have calls every month, alternating. 1 month is just board and officers, the next month is open to the whole community, back and forth. And those bi-monthly calls, usually we have a brief update, maybe 20 minutes of what's happening in the section, statistics, money, etc. But more importantly, we try to have a technical presentation in those where someone, a member of the community, comes up and shares what they have been doing in terms of developing hardware, technologies, software tools, decision processes, etc. And I think that has been received very well. We haven't been always able to have every month. The last cycle, I think we missed, but when we have presentation is always well received. Going forward, as I said, these are the long-term challenges and goals for the section. Participation is a challenge, and it's not just us. I see that in IADC groups and other technical sections, and even though we have 2,500 members, probably we have 30 or 40 that are active and participate in the activities. And most of the members are kind of from the sidelines, are watching what's happening and keep their finger on the pulse, you know. And I cannot expect everybody to put the same level of energy, but it's a sign of a healthy community if more people participate and engage. And I think with DWIS, we see a little bit more of that activity, participation, but it's always space for more. Our role as a technical section is, like I said, we cannot regulate, we cannot enforce, we cannot audit. Where I think the best way we can participate is as a catalyst to help share information between the members and build the momentum, plant the seeds in people's minds. And we do that, you know, with events, with proof of concepts, with publications, etc. So focusing more on the technical side, but I think there is an aspect of our role that helps justify why we're doing this. You know, what are the business benefits for the participants? And I think we can do more in that direction. I think there is a big opportunity to learn and share our knowledge with other technical sections. And I'm thinking here the geothermal and well repurposing, new, let's say, newer technologies that certainly can, there is a lot of overlap there. And I think it's an opportunity, as we speak, to interact more with those folks. Another opportunity I think that we have, that we need to follow, really is, I see here a lot of students coming in, thank you, guys, is to, traditionally, we have been looking at universities for mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, petroleum engineers, but the way the things are going with artificial intelligence and machine learning and data analytics and all that stuff, I think we have an opportunity here to look at other fields, other domains. And I'm thinking operation research, optimization, robotics, technologies that are not necessarily, they are not the first that come to mind when you think oil and gas. But we are changing as an industry, and I think we need to look at different areas. And of course, learn from other people, other applications, and that's why we have, the three speakers today. It's a little bit arrogant, I think, to think that we can solve a problem ourselves. Others usually have faced similar problems before us. So let's see where the industry stands, where technology stands before we try to push it one step further. So that's it. That's all I had. Thank you for listening to me. I think I used more time than I had, but now I'd like to invite Sarah and Blaine to give us an update for the sister organizations, the Advanced Rig Technology Group from IADC.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios. Blaine and I will be speaking for a much shorter amount of time, so we'll get back on schedule here. But we're happy to be here. I'm Sarah Kern with HMP, and then Blaine Dow is with SLB, and we are here to say hello and goodbye to you. Yes, the planning for today, for this event, started when our transfer of leadership with the IADC Advanced Rig Technology Committee was just a twinkle in the eye. We didn't know how it would pan out, so Blaine and I started the planning process for this event with everyone and all the hard work that Serafima has put into it over the past few months. And but now we are here to happily say that we will be passing along leadership of the committee to some very, very accomplished hands. And so we've got Alex Groh that is here, right back here from Patterson. We'll give him a round of applause. And Trent Martin from Transocean could not be here today, but if you have any questions, if you're excited and you want to hear more about the IADC Advanced Rig Technology Committee, then Alex has a lot of really great ideas, and they are truly hitting the ground running. It's exciting to hear what's happening within that committee as we look into the next 2 years. And the IADC staff, Linda Shea will still be involved and will be our staff liaison, and the IADC staff family has cared so much about supporting our committee and making sure that we feel empowered and to embrace new ideas, embrace fresh perspectives, and just in the spirit of fresh perspectives, we can talk a little bit about the new and improved IADC Advanced Rig Technology Conference.
Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about that. So we just actually this morning received the abstracts for the conference. There was 76 submissions, and last year we had just over 50, so 50% improvement on submissions. So that means something's actually trajectory in the right direction. The conference is in Reykjavik. We want to take advantage of our inevitable intersect with geothermal, obviously. But beyond that, how many people have been to Iceland before? Okay, so that's one reason, is not many people have been there, so we're happy about that. The other thing is, you may not know that there's 18 direct flights from the US to Iceland, and probably pretty much every major city in Europe can get to Iceland too. So it's actually kind of an equidistant location, and it just so happens that we're at a time when the kroner in Iceland is probably weaker relative to some other currencies. So affordability, when we checked last year at the end of the art conference in Austin, the hotel prices in Iceland were actually less expensive than they are in Austin. So I wanted to convey that to you, because as the industry is doing what it's doing in a regular cadence, we're on another trajectory that we don't typically like. But there is a justified business reason why Reykjavik was chosen, and when it comes time to convey to those that are approving your travel, you can maybe hopefully win that argument with a little bit of help. But the fact that we've got 76 abstracts is really a strong indicator that the format that we chose last year, where it's more TED Talk style, so we can accommodate many more presentations. I think it adds a lot more to the conference in terms of engagement and participation. You're not just sitting back and listening. Everybody has a chance to participate. We haven't quite made the filter yet on how many of them have actually hit the mark and fit the art intentions, but for sure it's going to be a great conference, and I guess we're happy to hand it over to Alex and Trent and let those guys do what they need to do with it. So.
Yeah, and I think just speaking to the spirit of the conference, when Blaine and I worked on revamping the art conference when it was in Austin in 2024, just a few months ago, we did some research on just the general conference landscape. We looked at a bunch of recent conferences within the oil and gas industry, looking at the different types of conferences and what was the end product, what were the panels discussing, what were the keynotes, and everyone is talking about the exact same thing, but that's okay, because there are these different nuanced applications that go along with each focused area of thought, and so we are really excited to continue the format of these TED Talk style presentations at the art conference, because we really do believe that it sets it apart from the conference landscape and what's going on right now, and it will provide the quick turnaround time for abstract submission all the way to conference presentation. Will also ensure that we're not presenting on topics that are already a year old and are already old news, and so that's what we're really excited about, and we're looking forward to it. So hope to see you all in Reykjavik. And I believe that's it.
I think that's all we have.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to introduce our first speaker, keynote speaker for today. It's Bjørn Hjelving, who is CTO for Kongsberg Maritime. Bjørn has started his career at FFI, the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, working on the development of autonomous underwater vehicles. And then for the last 19 years, he's been with Kongsberg Maritime, where he continued working on the autonomous underwater vehicles and also autonomous vessels technology. So both solving technical problems, but as well as looking into the how to make these technologies commercially viable. So I would like to welcome Bjørn, please. The floor is yours. Yeah, I can start them.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks for the invitation. It's nice to be here, and looking forward to some discussions afterwards. I will present on remote operations of maritime vessels and corresponding advances of technology. Because Maritime, we also deliver to you guys. But the new technology I am presenting here is mainly on, now piloted on short sea transportation as well as ferries. What we do for the floating drilling rigs, i.e. drilling ships and semi-submersibles, is dynamic positioning, automation systems, safety systems, maneuvering systems like thrusters, corresponding electrical systems and power management, as well as sensor systems, measuring where the floating vessels are. So, but first, then also some more introduction, a short introduction on Kongsberg Maritime. We are part of the Kongsberg Group. The Kongsberg Group has existed for more than 200 years. It is now with 4 main business areas located in more than 40 countries, and you see 15,000 employees, and you see the revenue there. So, so these are the business areas in the Kongsberg Group. Kongsberg Maritime, at least in the Nordic countries, Kongsberg is mostly known for its Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace and defense part, which is obviously now in a lot of the news. But the largest portion of the group is actually still Kongsberg Maritime. Kongsberg Discovery, but then Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace, they have a very modern portfolio securing freedom around the world. Kongsberg Discovery is mainly in the underwater domain, and then there's also Kongsberg Digital, which mainly provide digital systems for heavy asset industries. So that is Kongsberg in short. Kongsberg Maritime, we are a little bit more than 7,000 employees, around 25 billion NOK in revenues. We are present in 34 countries, and not least we have equipment on 1/3 of the world fleet. IMO, International Maritime Organization, registered fleet, has stuff from us. And what we deliver is typically integrated solutions, energy, automation, control, bridge system, navigation systems, as well as propulsion and handling. And in general, the maritime business is definitely a life cycle business, with vessels typically having a lifetime of maybe 30 years. So the global customer support and the aftermarket is a super important part of the maritime business. This is our global reach. We basically are present where our customer operates vessels, and where ships and vessels are being built. So that is the strategy. Okay, so now I'm going to, that was introduction, and now it will become a little bit more technical, and I will start to discuss about remote operation. And I think a fundamental condition to make that happen in the maritime business is connectivity. And in recent years, we have seen a lot of development with cellular networks. We see them on land, and they also obviously work in coastal areas, and there's also in some offshore oil and gas where you have production. There's also local cellular networks, which is, as you know, high bandwidth and reasonable cost communication. And also lately we have seen LEO, low Earth orbit satellite communication, really transforming the maritime industry from being alone out on the ocean, but but to have high connectivity wherever you are present. So that's a fundamental change, and it's like the cellular networks fundamentally changed over life and drove technology like the cellular phones or mobile phones. We believe this kind of is a fundamental condition for what I'm talking about, because connected vessels and remote operation is now a technical possibility, and it does have obvious operational and financial advantages that will drive it. It is not fully comparable, but just to show you that things are really accelerating in our times. We all know the GPS system. The first satellite was launched in 1973, and it took 20 years actually to get 24 satellites operational, and then formally GPS was operational in 1993. They have a higher orbit than low Earth orbit satellite communication, but just take one example with Starlink. They launched their first satellites in 2019, and by March 2024 they had 6,000 satellites. So it's quite amazing scaling, and there are a lot of other providers, vendors, also going into low Earth orbit satellite communication, which will make it, compared to kind of more SATCOM that is available today, higher bandwidth, lower cost, higher availability. So that is kind of a condition. Now I'll talk a little bit more about connected vessels, because they become connected. And in Kongsberg Maritime, we have 4 first projects or pilot projects which are very important to us, because these projects allow us to deploy this technology, get experiences with this technology, improve it, and then make it ready for more scaling, which will happen in the years to come. This was the first short sea unmanned vessel in Norway, or remote operated vessel in Norway, Yara Birkeland. It operates in the Oslo Fjord. Also in the Oslo Fjord, we have 2 vessels from ASKO going, which is a logistic solution, crossing the fjord instead of using transportation on road, actually. That's also actually the case with this one. To the right, there is a Swedish ferry, Trafikverket, and they are interested in remote operation to have significant cost savings. On a ferry, 50% of the cost in operating it is the personnel. There has to be personnel on ferries, not least for safety purposes. But if you can reduce, for instance, the people on the bridge or in the machine room, then there are opportunities to increase efficiency, operational efficiency. And this is we are very proud of. It's called Reach Subsea, or sorry, the vessel is called Reach Subsea, and it's from the Reach company. And this vessel is 22 meters long. It's capable of doing inspection, maintenance, inspection tools, inspection jobs with an ROV, and it replaces a manned vessel 80 meters long. 2 of these have been built, and they will soon go into operation. And this is more advanced than the short sea transportation going on fixed routes. This will actually be doing the mother vessel for doing ROV operations. So it's super advanced and a major step forward. So we are in a process of heavy learning and a lot of fun. I've been touching about the business cases here. It's to a large extent it's about moving rolls from vessel to shore. And when it comes to vessels, the most obvious roles to move is the chief, responsible for the machinery of the vessel, the navigator, and finally maybe even the master or the captain of the vessel, executing the mission. And the idea is to have more jobs being done remotely. And I'm sure it's not a new idea to you either. In the maritime domain, recruiting enough people is actually a challenge around the world. So we also believe that this will have some implications in requiring less people to be offshore, and also making it maybe more family friendly to have a lifelong maritime career, when more of the work task can also happen from remote or onshore. It is an evolution, and especially when I started my career in early 1990s developing underwater vehicles. They are very sophisticated, but they are typically 4, 5, 6 meters long, can dive down to 6,000 meter water depth. I think more than the large majority of the oil and gas deep water fields have been mapped by the Hugin AUV, delivered by Kongsberg, but services delivered by survey company. But that kind of AUV is less complex than a surface vessel. So on a surface vessel, to get the automation correctly is a foundation to have remote operations and autonomy. So I think either make a simple, or not a simple, but either make a manageable underwater vehicle, or if it is quite complex, get your automation correct and robust and working, and then build remote capabilities and eventually, on a time scale, autonomy capability on top of something which is automated. I think that's the evolution in this area. And then for vessels, there are also similarities with cars. I think for vessel, it starts with assisted functionality. Like in a car, you have things that improve your situational awareness, especially when you are parking. They make a lot of sense. And when you're out on the sea, and especially during night or during poor weather conditions with not that great sight, to have situational awareness solutions is obviously increases safety of a maritime operation. And when you have situational awareness, you obviously connect that to assisted collision avoidance, and you can also follow it from a remotely operated center. Then next step, we believe, is then more automated functionality. Instead of advising the navigator or captain what to do, you can have automatic collision avoidance, which sounds not that difficult, but it's not super easy either, because it has to happen according to traffic rules, the colregs, according to the law of sea. So it is a significant step to really get there. And you also need to understand the intent of the other actors on the surface. So, which is to some degree more simple for a car if you assume that the other cars follow the traffic rules. Automatic docking, especially for short sea and ferry, or not. For example, for short sea and ferry operations, to dock automatically is an obvious function that we have already shown that there is less maintenance and repairs if a computer docks, and if you also then for instance couple it with auto crossing, you can also optimize and improve energy consumption or improve your energy efficiency. And then automated functionality, automatic machinery control, and have less people in looking after the machinery is a win. So, and then the next step to become unmanned is what we call orchestrated functionality. Then a vehicle or vessel is able to execute mission objectives, do mission planning, and execute those objectives, which are more complex in nature than, for instance, crossing a fjord. It can be a ROV inspection job, for instance, which is quite complex, or follow a pipeline for a certain distance and then go on to another job doing some other inspections. Voyage orchestration, that also is linked to weather routing, to save energy with weather routing, and then also adapting it to the logistics schedule in the harbor you get to, for instance. And and with mission planning and mission execution goes hand in hand. So we believe that there will be in the future several vessel segments which will have then a digital master, a digital navigator, and a digital chief remotely supervised from onshore. So these roles does not necessarily in the future have to be people on board. There will still be several vessel segments that will have people. There will be some vessel segments where there will be unmanned, and there will be some vessel segments where there will be less manning. So I think it really depends on what kind of maritime segment and operation a specific vessel is doing. And this to make this future happen, it has to be viewed and looked as an integrated solution. It requires vessel systems. It requires very robust, high reliability vessel systems. It requires connectivity, and it requires remote operation centers, and then it requires this additional functionality that I just talked about with digital master, digital navigator, and digital chief. So on the wish list from the organizers, it was also to talk about AI. So I will now have a few slides on AI in the maritime segment. And first, or this is how we navigate today. No, first, I will say a maritime vessel today can easily go, or already in 1993, when GPS was operational, you could in principle have an unmanned vessel go from Stavanger to Bergen. Because the technology used for navigation and the technology used for the control system was the same as being developed when the first people went to the moon. It was control theory, control systems, and the ability to navigate. The problem by doing that in 1993 was that you would run on your GPS position, and you would not necessarily know if there was no man on the bridge, if there was another vessel in front of you, so you could collide. So of course it was never approved from a safety point of view. And the captain on the vessel today, he's on the bridge, and the main job of the captain is to have, or at least an important task, vital safety task, is to watch around the vessel with compass, your own eyes, and radar, and also in some increasingly infrared. And then, if there is a meeting vessel, adjust the course, go into the digital control system, and say you go like this, so we avoid a collision. obviously, if you think about AI, the strength, one very known strength of AI is the ability to analyze imagery. So what Kongsberg has been working with for a long time is to put AI on radar imagery, but also camera imagery, and then connect it to collision avoidance advisory, but also collision avoidance control. So then AI, at least as how we plan to implement it now, does not replace control systems or Kalman filters or physical model developed in the 1960s, but they because those systems, they work well and they're very predictable, but they augment it. So we kind of see AI as something that is augmenting today's solutions. Maybe in the future it will be one big AI model that does everything, maybe, but I think this will be a stepwise approach, not least for safety concerns and predictability and all these things. So from an AI point of view, interpreting imagery is an obvious application. Of course, if you have vessels with less manning, you become more dependent on your vessel systems working, and thus preventive maintenance and condition monitoring become even more important. And the goal is the AI will be the condition monitoring, and the goal is to have preventive maintenance when you are in harbor or when you plan to have it. So when you're out operating, you have a vessel robust enough to have less manning or even being unmanned, and to use AI for condition monitoring to support preventive maintenance is an obvious also application of AI in the maritime segment. And then I think not for the purpose of saving cost, having higher energy efficiency, but also providing less carbon dioxide emissions, intelligent energy management system is important and is being more and more addressed by the maritime world, and this is also optimization problems where there will be roles for AI in combination with more traditional techniques that we have today. And then I think maybe you, as me, have cars where you talk to the car. To talk to the car and get things explained is the most human, at least a very natural way for humans to interact. And I think that will also happen for maritime vessels, that AI will simplify the human interaction by it can talk to you, it can explain the problems to you, and make life easier for responsible navigators, masters and chiefs. So, and this will also, by simplifying and making it more user-friendly, that will also obviously contribute to higher safety at sea. I think we are kind of the brink of the safety at sea has since World II has improved a lot because of very robust electronics, digital control system, fantastic navigation, propulsion maneuvering system which works. But I think with AI we can actually take it one step further when it comes to safety. A condition to make this happen is to have a modern technology stack, or at least to, if you really to have it coherent and truly transformative, you need a modern technology stack. But it's also possible to start experimenting, and we have done that and start piloting and have the first projects by adding functions to what you have. But I think at least to be aware of what you're doing with current technology and what it requires for a future technology stack is an important discussion. So, and then this is how we often communicate about it in Kongsberg Maritime. Connected vessels, I have spent a lot of time arguing for that it provides improved safety and efficiency, and it also lowers the cost, and it eases how to get manning in place. And then I have tried to illustrate main functions that connected vessels allow. We talked about remote operation a lot, to have more people on shore. But another thing that maybe has had the highest interest in the maritime segment is the digitalization and bringing data into the cloud. And there are at least 3 main purposes for digitalizing. In the sense of combining data across the vessel, but also having data into a cloud and look across vessels. It's about optimizing the vessel performance, also optimizing the fleet performance, the combination of several vessels, and how this is for a merchant vessel versus a oil and gas inspection, maintenance, repair vessel is different, but it's the same categories, and also value chain integration. For instance, a short sea transportation vessel integrates with a value chain that is at the harbor. So these are obvious kind of categories that connectivity and digitalization allow, and also condition monitoring and preventive maintenance, which I talked about. And then the other quite difficult thing to really get a system in place about is the connection to the IT, and because also with because I think these kind of vessels also, if you apply AI and because of regulations with cybersecurity, will require over-the-air updates, like you have on your phone. When you do all this stuff, there will be requirements for updates. And to do that kind of in a commercially viable way, it has to be connected. When you have that in place, you can also offer upgrades, which makes it much easier to have new functions installed on your vessel if you have a kind of a ready hardware infrastructure or vessel infrastructure that can handle it. And of course, it allows for remote support. A traditional way of doing support today is to send some people with an airplane and bring them out to the vessel. If more things can be done remotely, that will also have significant financial benefits. And then you have to have an IT system which is able to manage a fleet of vessels where you have your equipment on. So that will have to be a collaboration between vendors and the operators and the owners to make that happen. And this is, I mean, what we're describing here is what happened in a lot of other industries, and I guess it would be a surprise if it did not happen in the maritime industry. It's not something you have not heard about other places. I think at least maybe not for experimentation and the first use cases, but for kind of achieving the full bang, you need to look at your hardware, not least for connectivity and cybersecurity. This is a typical existing bridge today with a lot of various computers for separate functions. It's probably easier to make a lot of this happening with a more simplified, uniform system. One challenge with connectivity is cybersecurity. So when talking about this, we also has to address cybersecurity And we really see that cybersecurity drives technology for the maritime. In Kongsberg Maritime last year, we certified all our products for cybersecurity, something called the IADC regulations, and I think it's only the start. And this is one way to identify a typical cybersecurity framework. It's about, or this is one way to present a typical cybersecurity framework. And it follows the NIST framework, and it's about you have to identify risk, analyze operational environment, identify and manage product components at risk, perform threat and vulnerability assessments. That is required if you are to really put valuable assets or to make valuable assets connected all the time really into the operation of it, not just looking at Netflix. And then apply security measures, hardening. That hardening is taking away all kind of features for a computer that you're not using. Access control, encryption, network security, security updates, physical security, backup procedures, awareness and training programs. A lot of things that needs to be implemented for control, for protection. And then the vessels have to have capability for detecting cybersecurity anomalies through real-time monitoring and analysis using intrusion detection systems, system and network logs, anti-malware scanners. A lot of the stuff that you read about in your IT systems has to be on these kind of vessels, because these vessels become part of the network. They are on the edge of the network. And then if undesired things happen, support the customers in resolving their incidents, reduce the potential damage and operational disruptions, and then recover. And that also, if things happen, to install security updates. So there are huge gains in this, but it does come with complications that needs to be managed. And it does come working within a framework and regulatory bodies, and these are typically cybersecurity frameworks and regulatory bodies for the maritime segment. Am I in trouble on time? No, I think it's still okay. Still okay. Okay. But then you read here. I won't add a lot, but to know your what standards to follow and what the regulatory bodies to comply to is super important, of course. So so now I've been presenting on how we have some first projects, some of the learnings we have had. I have tried to kind of generalize in how we are thinking about it and how we are progressing it. We believe it will happen in many places. And then I guess as a discussion, what would it be in your world? I think, as I said, when it comes to remote operation of maritime vessels, this would apply then to floating drill rigs, like drilling ships or semi-submersible rigs with maneuvering systems. Because of the nature of drilling, it is what is called dynamic positioning 3. Because I don't, at least in the maritime world, there's nothing with higher security requirements than drilling. It's really top of the. It's much more higher. It is stricter requirements for safety for drilling than any other maritime application. So DP3 systems, and that's what is applied for drilling vessels. They provide redundancy for all critical components. And the purpose is to ensure that the vessel can maintain its position even if multiple failures occurs. And it's also Then they include fire and flood protection across watertight compartments. You know this stuff better than me, all the things that are implemented on these vessels. And it's a complicated operation combining information between key functions on the vessels, not least the drilling, but the dynamic positioning, power management, safety systems, and more. So it requires, I think, if you were to manage this from onshore, you cannot manage this part without being tightly connected and coordinated with other main activities on a vessel. And obviously, with the kind of operations that you do, it is, I know it's unnecessary to say, but it's safety first. And there are obvious advantages in terms of cost, competence, and capacity in monitoring DP operations from remote operation centers. However, how to advise offshore crew and interact with the drilling vessel must be clearly defined because of the nature of the operation. In case of critical situations, both onshore and offshore teams need full oversight because there are kind of many things going on at the same time. And if and when switching to redundant systems, that has to be redundant, transparent also to the remote operations center. So I'm just putting on the table maybe some ideas on how to proceed by carefully introducing remote monitoring. I think that would be the obvious place to start monitoring stuff. We will learn how to achieve required safety and cybersecurity for connect operations. And by monitoring, remote operation centers can supervise the performance of the entire vessel, maybe compare with other vessels, and for instance provide advice for less fuel consumption. How is the really operation happening? That would be maybe a low win or easy win, not easy, but a first win. Rules and regulations for remote operation centers are needed, or I would say rules and regulations for remote operations are needed, and this has to happen in close collaboration with national authorities, international maritime organizations, and class societies. So those were some reflections at the end. That was what I had planned.
Then we open the floor to the questions. Yeah, here's a microphone. Please introduce yourself also.
Good afternoon, Todd Fox with Helmer Campaign Drilling. Way back in the early 90s, I was an officer in the Navy, and we weren't allowed to rely 100% on GPS, so we still had to use radar and dead reckoning. And just curious, I know it's come a long way, but are you confident enough in Starlink right now that you'd send a vessel into the Atlantic without backup?
No. And I think there are several reasons for it. But I think in today's world, redundant, robust navigation is necessary. And for a drill rig today, there are 2 independent satellite navigation systems, but also hydroacoustic positioning. So there are at least 3 different position sources for position. But you are, I guess, one vulnerability today. I would mostly be concerned with jamming or ill-intended. One concern is jamming and ill intent. So you're touching an important problem. But I think that to some degree is something that needs to be solved regardless of the vessel being manned or unmanned. I think in either case you would like the system to advise the navigator on what is the position. So it is navigation should never be underestimated, and for many reasons. And it is, but as you know, the technology itself is quite robust and working. But yes, as I said, it is part of a safety consideration for a vessel.
Hi, I'm Zach Whitlow from Helmerich & Payne. And I have two questions. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the teams involved in developing automated systems. How are they structured? How many, software engineers versus control engineers does it take?
Yeah.
And then can you also tell us a little bit about the processes for validating these systems? Are you validating, you're doing analysis probably, hardware in the loop? What do those processes look like? Is peer review involved? Are there requirements for documenting those validation processes?
Yeah. So first, when it comes to the teams, this is really a multi-team and multidisciplinary problem. It requires it builds on automation systems. So if you don't have a vessel which can be automated, you will not be able to make a vessel being operated remotely. So it is really to have a truly automated vessel in place, which is typically the task of the traditional people doing that stuff. Then when it comes to navigation, there are as you know, there are electronic navigation charts on a vessel to use that ECDIS functionality. That is also that's also part of the solution, but you have to add new dimensions like situational awareness, and situational awareness typically requires AI teams. When it comes to collision avoidance advisory and collision avoidance control, I think that would be a combination of that will also be dedicated teams. Some solve it with AI, some solve it with advanced control theory. So and then it's about the connectivity, the cybersecurity. So I think achieving this is really building very advanced solutions with specific teams on all the subtasks that needs to be solved. When it comes to how we are validating it, we are building labs where we run all the systems together and then test them towards simulators. I think even more importantly, with our pilot project or customers, we have from the Norwegian Maritime Authority a very close collaboration, and then are making specified steps and getting approval for those specified tests. So to do this. We are doing this validation in approved areas for approved roads with, in close collaboration with class and maritime authorities.
Matt Isbell with Hess Corporation. So my question is one of value, which is one that we struggle with, is how to articulate value. I mean, you very ably discussed both the infrastructure and the technologies that are capable of running on it.
Yeah.
It's difficult in our industry to get people to pay for the infrastructure.
Yes.
Somewhat easier to get the technologies, but in terms of the market driver for autonomous vessels, how does that work?
Yeah. I think it probably works differently in various segments. I think, and just talk about a few segments. In the naval segment, I think we will see an increasing number of unmanned vessels, and where the value proposition is you can make a less costly vessel with less manning, and in war it is an obvious advantage. So I think I'll not touch this here, but the naval domain is an area where we'll see increasingly unmanned vessels, both surface and underwater. Several of these projects, they are in short sea. Short sea transportation is often an alternative maybe to transportation on land. So then whenever you can have battery, actually at least on the cases we have been analyzing, to switch to a battery powered vessel for shorter term is sometimes the biggest driver financially, and then it matters less whether it is how much manning it is. But when competitive, then like for the ferry companies, but also I would say for short sea, if you can reduce like the total cost stack with 5%, it makes a huge difference in those segments. I guess for drilling, one can argue how much or how strong the case is, given kind of the profitability of starting oil production afterwards. So I think it's maybe a tougher case in drilling than in many of the other segments that I have been mentioning. And so for that reason, I am not saying that I'm not at all saying that the maritime will become unmanned, but I think certain segments of maritime will have less manning and become more digital. And yeah, I think another example, which now will be very interesting to follow in the next years, is what Reach does with the Reach Subsea unmanned vessel, where they are actually replacing a vessel with typically 80 meters with a 22 meters unmanned vessel. If they can make that work, that will have a significant impact in the cost of ROV inspections.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Robin Macmillan. I'm a technical director with SPE. I just wonder what the maritime insurance trade thinks to remote operated vehicles, and whether are they going to rely on the classification societies to validate the level of risk?
I assume so. But and I think it will be a process, and it will be. I think it will be a process based on real data as they get accumulated.
Yeah, Alan Afring Norse. I was wondering on the analogy here to what we've been talking about previously on interoperability. Are there standards when you have new instrumentation installed at the ship to make it more autonomous or operating improved? What do you have standards and tasks on standardization and interoperability?
I think in this area it's still it's still a very evolving field when it comes to standards, but interoperability is I think the need and demand for interoperability will also I think grow in the years to come. But I think this is not finished solutions at all. This is a journey that has just started.
Bjorn, thank you for your presentation, very interesting. Dimitris Perovolou with Weatherford.
Yeah.
I just have a question to follow up on what Matt was asking. Doing all this development and proving the concepts and deploying, I imagine has a high cost, you know. And how do you share that risk and that exposure, you know, with your clients? Do you do the development and develop the solution and you offer it ready, or do they participate from the very beginning, or how is this structured in your application?
That's a very good question. And it is high risk both technically and business-wise. So what we have done is that we have started with some pilot project with some key customers where we are taking steps together towards the future.
They participate from the very beginning.
Yes,
they're asking for it.
they have been participating from the very beginning, and some of it has started as a research collaboration, developing concepts, and then turned into a first pilot vessel.
Thank you.
So I think it I think it has to be kind of joint projects to be realistic.
With BP. A lot of our applications are advisory to start with for some of the reasons you talked about, interoperability. But advisory, you've got a key element of human in the loop. Have you got any advice on how you manage that as you roll this technology out for people that are familiar with doing the operations and maybe have a sort of turkeys voting for Christmas idea going behind their heads that they're going to be made redundant by this technology ultimately?
Yeah. When we started with short sea transportation, that redundancy was, or the people feeling would become redundancy was a big argument. I think in advisory role, if you are kind of an experienced mariner, there are some advantages to be able to do your job on shore as well. And I think for the companies to be able to recruit enough people, there are advantages of having more people on shore, kind of in the long term. But yes, as with new technology, it is a cultural change, and I think these cultural aspects should not be underestimated. I don't think it's an easy answer to your. It's a challenge.
Good day, I'm Chris Treziak from Arca VP. Thanks again for a very good presentation. Just following up from the last question, was sort of people that are still in the loop. Yes. How is Kongsberg sort of at the moment and in the future assisting its clients, so vessel owners, with the whole topic of human factors, say training in particular, and support and simulator development and whatnot?
Yeah.
Because
Kongsberg, we have. As a company, we have actually a huge activity developing simulators, which are used by a lot of maritime schools around the world. They're also used by various organizations, for instance, for classifying dynamic positioning operators, DP operators. So part of our thinking is that with the experience we have within simulation, we need to start building simulators and training environments for people, the same way as we have for instance, been doing with DP, and then for people to train. When you go to maritime school, you will actually, maybe in the future, it will not be tomorrow, but maybe you will train both operating the vessel from the bridge and operating from onshore, and yeah, it's our intention to develop training systems to do that.
Very good. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, if there's no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we will have a coffee break till 5 minutes to 3. So around 20 minutes to refresh your coffee and communicate more and talk and discuss. And then I will invite you back here for our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Say something, please.
Check, check, check. Okay, great. Hi, my name's William Fox. I'm the general manager for drilling at Corva. Hi, my name is William Fox. I'm the General Manager for Drilling at Corva. We're a Platinum sponsor of DSATS this year because we also think that automation is absolutely critical to both safety and improved performance. And as an independent software vendor, we think there's a role for us to play in automating and abstracting out the sort of intricacies of each contractor's equipment and allowing operators and drilling contractors, service providers to collaborate on standardized practices that the software can execute day or night, regardless of who's on duty, and have that assurance and auditability factor built into it. So that's why we're here.
Okay, let's go.
Stefan Wessling is my name. Hello. I'm the project leader of our iTruck product as part of Baker Hughes. iTruck is a automated drilling system which takes downhole and surface data and then creates or feeds into a digital twin in order to compute well and string dynamics, and then it gives advice and set points, target set points and set point limits into the rig control system, either in an advisory service or in a closed-loop control system or service. And as part of as a leader of the development, I'm of course very interested, and I'm collaborating a lot with rig contractors, but also with field operators and OEMs, so the people that own the ADCS. And of course, the more it goes, I mean, we have a number of vendors and companies out in the world, and we need to standardize our interfaces. And that is one of the reasons why I have a very big interest in being here, understand where the standards are, which companies are interested in these standards, and want, of course, to influence the people in order to make our development lives easier. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ken Muir and I'm the Senior Drilling Advisor for DrillDocs, a company using computer vision to improve our knowledge of what's happening downhole as we drill. Our company motto is to drill faster without disaster, and that kind of summarizes the direction we're going, using advanced software and AI to improve our drilling efficiency. Now, I think we're all aware that AI is a wonderful tool, but it needs a lot of support. And that's where I come in. I've had 40 years of experience as a drilling engineer, drilling supervisor, superintendent, drilling manager. And so my job is basically to interpret the data as best as possible and to assist our clients as we introduce the technology. Now, what is CleanSight, the service I'm talking about? Essentially what we're doing is we're using smart cameras coupled with advanced software to basically improve our knowledge of what's happening downhole. A reason why we're happy to be here sponsoring this particular event is the fact that Norway has become a particular focus of attention for the technology. I mean, we're busy in the Americas and in the Far East, but Norway specifically is an area that's been important to us. Okay, so these cameras are allowing us to measure the dimensions, the volumetrics of the cuttings that are coming back out of the hole, and they're allowing us to differentiate between cuttings and cavings, so that we can initiate corrective action, as soon as something is starting to go wrong. An example would be as we're drilling, and we're drilling through the typical danger zone of 30 to 50 degree build angle. We can identify the drop in cuttings recovery to surface as we go along much more accurately than anybody has been able to do previously. And then when we get to the horizontal sections, we can determine the volume of cuttings that have been left on the low side of the hole, which is adding a dimension that nobody's really been able to do before. Okay, I think those of us who are experienced in drilling have for years looked at the cuttings coming from the shakers and surmised that probably there is a lot more information coming up that we're not using properly. And so with CleanSight, we have an advantage now that we're happy to introduce to the industry. Anyway, at any rate, I hope my introduction here has caught the attention and interest of people, and certainly welcome to come to our booth at any time during the course of the week to discuss it in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Eric Cailleux and I'm working at Norse. Today I will be talking about the subcommittee of SPE DSATS, which is called DEVIS for Drilling and Wells Interoperability Standards. And the work that we are doing here is to try to help different systems to talk to each other at the rig site, from the drilling advisory systems, data acquisition systems, and down to the automated drilling control systems. So the work that we are doing is getting quite well, and now we have started a series of demonstrations. The first one was Demo 0 that we had last Friday, and then we will continue on with new demonstrations every month for different drilling control systems that will be demonstrated. So if you want to watch those demonstrations, they are available on Teams. You can register and assist to those demonstrations, and if you cannot assist to the demonstration, the recording is available afterward. During the week at the SPE Drilling Conference on Friday, so we will have a DEVIS workshop where actually it will be possible to get presentations about what the Davis has produced so far, and we can discuss how we can proceed further in the future. So if you are in Stavanger for the drilling conference, so join us on Friday. That the event is hosted by Aker BP. And if you are not in Stavanger and if you cannot join, so it's also possible also to see and participate to the workshop by registering to a Teams meeting. And you can find the coordinates or the way to register to the Teams meetings on the Davis website. So Davis website is d-vis.org. And then you can find the way to connect to the event. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. This is Shashi Talia from the DSATS Symposium, part of the SPE IADC Drilling Conference. I'm a product manager for drilling automation in Halliburton. And what I want to talk to you today about is why are we at this event and what is Halliburton doing as far as drilling automation goes. So we look at these events as an opportunity for us to collaborate, talk to different stakeholders in automation systems, in well construction process, and figure out what are our key challenges, how do we collaborate together to resolve those challenges. Now we in Halliburton, we've been looking at digitizing, automating our well construction process, primarily focused on how do you drive consistency in our well delivery process? How do you drive efficiency and reliability as we provide our services to our customers? The end goal obviously is how can we get to production as fast as possible, but more importantly, get there consistently so it's repeatable and our operators benefit from it. A most recent example I can say, and very proud to say this, is right here in Norway. We did our world's first on-bottom automated system deployment in the Norwegian continental shelf for Equinor. It was a joint collaboration between Halliburton's Logix automation and remote operation system with Sakal's Drilltronics system, combining autonomous directional drilling with automated hydraulics as well as dynamic surface control. We in Halliburton look at drilling automation or well construction automation as a collaboration. It's with the operator, with the rig contractor, with key partners and us coming together and driving solutions and driving opportunities and profitability for our operators. We think the future of drilling automation is here just by what we've demonstrated just now, and it's looking pretty bright for automation. Thank you.
please take your seats. Thank you. So let me introduce our second keynote speaker. It is Doug Mudland. He's working as senior IT/OT advisor in Tine, and also maintenance lead in Tine Dairy Jæren. He has worked in Tine over 30 years, focusing on IT and automation. But since the design of Tine Dairy Jæren, which is one of the most modern dairy factories in Norway, I think, at this day, he's been involved in standardizing assets and data to improve consistency and efficiency. But in the recent years, he turned his attention to the utilized data through AI, analytics, and manufacturing execution systems. So he's aiming to enhance the processes in dairy production by blending modern technology with established practices. So please welcome Doug.
Okay, thank you, Savima. Thank you for having me. I remember there was, in the beginning of the 90s, there was a political debate in Norway on Norwegian television, and there was this guy from the left side, and they started in talking about environmental sustainability and so on. There was a guy from the almost right side in the politics, and the left guy said, "When I see you inside this debate, I get the same feeling as when I see the big tall ship inside a bottle. How did you get in here?" And that's how I feel getting into the drilling conference, coming from a dairy. So probably we have a lot of different way of doing, different problems, different solutions, but I think maybe also we have something in common. So I've been working in Tine for more than 3 decades now. The last years I've been mostly working on digitalization projects. And I was also raised at the farm, so I know where the milk's coming from. I know how to drive a tractor, and this piece of paper here I found in the basement of our dairy. It's actually from 1963. It's my grandfather's delivery of milk from January to December that year, and that's how data looked like some years ago. And yeah, just a fun fact. So I'm going to have a couple of words of the company Tine. Some of you, if you're from Norway, you probably know us from the stores or the cantinas on in your installations. Mostly I will focus on the plant that's like 40 minutes south from here. It's Tine Jæren, one of the newer and most complex plants in Tine. And also a bit about control, how we control these productions, and some digitalizations initiatives we've been through the later years. Oh, that was totally wrong button. Yeah. So Tine is a Norwegian company. We produce dairy products mostly for domestic markets, but we also have some exports and a couple of facilities abroad. We have a vision that together we should create a thriving Norway, and that's more about not just producing dairy products, it's also maintaining vibrant rural communities throughout Norway, jobs and and have a sustainable Norwegian food production.
This is where we come from. It was out here everything happened. This is where kings fell and important decisions were made. But where did everyone go? Perhaps they went to the city, to the bright lights, red carpets, and endless opportunities. Aye, some left, but others stayed to put up a fence, change a plug, deliver a calf, clean the barn, bring in the harvest, plough the earth, paint the wall, milk the cows. Like the mountain under the ice, the strongest remained. I know a man. He gets up at 4:45 every day. He stayed not because he had to, but because he loves what he does. And because he knows there's only one way to do things. Properly.
So Tine, we are a cooperation. It means that we are owned by the farmers, all the farmers that deliver milk to Tine. It's about 8,000 producers. That gives us a long-term ownership, stability, and strong focus on efficiency and economy. So yeah, we are one of the leading producers of food in Norway. We have about 30 plants throughout our country, and we have a plant producing cheese in Ireland and one in US. And we also see that different efficiency and restructuring projects for the last 50 years means that the number of dairy plants in Norway, they are significantly being reduced. So not so many years ago, there was a dairy in every small town, but that's not the case anymore. So one of these plants come in this area. It's called Kviamarka. It's different food production facilities. There are some slaughterhouses, and also Norway's biggest greenhouse is placed in this area. And as you can see, there are no mountains in this area, so it's well suited for agriculture. And this area has the highest density of dairy producing farmers. So sitting by the table in a breakfast table in Norway, you probably will see some products from this area. So in Tine we produce different types of cheese. Norvegia is a Gouda-style cheese, Jarlsberg, mozzarella, and also we have different kinds of butter, margarine, and other fat content products. We try to handle all the byproducts from the cheese production, and that's typically whey powder, both lactose-containing powder and protein powder, and they are used in different products all around the world. And also something maybe a bit special for Norway is something we call prim. It's a brown cheese that's spreadable. That's also coming from these byproducts of cheese production. We have one main raw material, that's milk, or somebody maybe call it the white oil. We have over 200 million liters coming in every year. That's 40 to 60 trucks coming from the southwestern area of Norway with milk. Yeah. And I was so lucky that I could participate and support the building, construction and planning of this plant. Just for your information, it's not the barn you see on the right side. That's just an AI image. It's not exactly like that. But we could, I could participate in the whole project from the beginning. So that was really a cool period of my time. And when we started up building this plant in 2009, I think, this picture, they started digging and working on the basement. The project management said that we want competition on all process departments, all the lines. They were divided into different areas because producing powder, it's not the same as producing cheese or butter. So there are typically many different vendors into this project. But from our point of view, the automation staff, they want a unified control system, not one from powder, one from utility, one from cheese, and then you maybe have data in different places. We want a unified control system so you can sit wherever you want in the factory and have the same system. So the problem was that we have so many different control system contractors throughout the whole world, both European and New Zealand, Scandinavian, and so on. So what the solution was to this is what we called TINE Automation Framework. So we sat down and created a lot of requirement specification, a lot of documents describing all kinds of details, both how electrical installation shall be done, how should the SCADA look like, the menu, the alarms, all such kind of details. They were put into these documents, and all contractors had to derive to those specifications. And it's also software. So whether you control a pump or valve in the butter production area or it's in the heating system, they should look exactly the same. So it's also a software library containing PLC code and SCADA code, and they are maintained from a central organization. These software libraries, they are based on Siemens and Aviva system platform, for those of you might be familiar with that. And it's also about standards and strategies. Yeah, some numbers or facts about automation. We have Aviva system platform running on 6, I think now it's 8 application servers. We have some redundancy on some of the servers. It's a high degree of standardization, as I mentioned about the framework. We have over 100 PLCs, and they are mainly from Siemens all, and standardized with much of the same code for control objects and so on. We have one common historian database, so from all the parts of the facility, data streamed into the historian. From 2021, during the COVID, we installed MES system That's a system for executing manufacturing and assisting the operators and the leaders to perform the manufacturing. I'm also going to talk about some AI, and that's cooperation with IntelliSea, Norwegian startup from 2016, 2017. We have partnerships with, so I will come back to that, how we use that. So these are some screenshots from the SCADA, and as you can see, it's the same look and feel, whether you are evaporating or you are pasteurizing milk or producing cheese or steam, water treatment, building control, and so on. It's all in one unified control system. So that's been a really great success for the plant. So I went to Denmark a couple of months ago, and I tried to provoke the audience and said that none of you are using or utilizes the potential in your data. And of course, that's not about you. I'm sure you are utilizing your data. I had a former boss, my leader in my younger years. He was a Formula 3 driver. He was a go-kart team leader, and he said, "What you can't see, you can't improve." And I think still many live by the "what you can't see, you don't have to worry about." So, so due to my former team leader, our factory is over-equipped with sensors. It's better with one more sensor than one too little. So we have a lot of sensors and a lot of data. And maybe some of us has not focused on collecting data. And I think that's very important to the coming initiatives about AI and data. Improve your production using your data. Now we have collected data for many years, and I think that's one of the criteria for success. Just a couple of pictures. On the upper right-hand side, you can see the cheese factory. You can see the cheese vats and some valves and pipes and so on. And a typical picture from one of our control rooms. And also some AGVs running with some Jarlsberg cheese on the left side. So every second, every hour throughout the year, there's a large amount of data that's running into more or less black holes. I think that's how things used to be. And we have to acknowledge the value of these data. And if we combine the domain knowledge, the sensors, the data, and the tools we can use on these data, that's giving us valuable insight. And we have 15 years of time series data in the historian. And we have 7 years in the cloud in this IntelliSea solution I'm going to show. Yeah, and many of these data, they have a resolution of, okay, they are stored about every second. So IntelliSea, we met up with IntelliSea in 2017, and they only had an idea of what they were going to do. Their vision was to empower industrial organizations to enhance their production by the use of no-code AI. and that's what they are doing. And we've divided the functionalities of IntelliSea into 3 different categories. It's about the past, the present, and the future. And the past is about utilizing your historical data to understand what happened when something went wrong or when something was just excellent with your production, explain it, and also kill the myths from operators, from technical staff, and prove the facts. So there's a lot of learning, fault finding, optimizing possibilities in our historical data. The present, we are using AI models in the cloud as for anomaly detection. So they are running as we speak in the cloud, watching over some of our real-time data and notifying operators, management, if something is deviating from the expected behavior. Learned by the training from the past year or 2. And I'm going to show some of those cases. And it's also about the future. Can we look into the future, predict? Yes, we can. We have some models running, forecasting some values from our plant. I'm also showing one of those cases. So this is a screenshot from a ceramic microfiltration part of the plant. So when we are producing cheese, we need to remove all the bacteria. We need to remove all the spores, which are like sleeping bacteria, before we add the new good bacteria. So these are ceramic filters, and they can break. They can have a blockage. So we installed 2 anomaly models into this filter, and the purpose is to be early warned about any problems on equipment, on the filters, or whatever. Because if we are going to detect spores in the cheese milk, it can take like 24 to 48 hours to grow these bacteria, so we can see them in the laboratory. So this helps operators on an early warning. And this is showing on the upper trend, it's the tag that's being predicted on the anomaly model, and we can also see the expected, the prediction. I can try to point, yes. So we have some white areas and some gray areas. The gray areas is periods we masked out because they are not interesting for this model. It could be startup or shutdown. It could be CIP, like cleaning in place modes. So only the white areas are the interesting periods when we are doing the anomaly detection. And these are anomaly scores, different anomaly scores. And you can see this is a normal production, and we can see here we have some anomaly because we exceeded the threshold for anomaly that's been set on this model. And these are all integrated back into the SCADA at on-prem. So the operator will have information on the models. The alarm system will contain alarm from these models. And we can also set up emails and text messages. This case I was showing here, it was actually one of those valves that had a problem. But problems or anomalies can be very different from time to time. And the whole idea is that there are many sensors, many states, a lot of information for the operators to try to digest and to supervise. And it could be too much. And we think that these anomaly models can help us or help operators running safely. Yeah, we are detecting breakage and stoppage, and also we use this for predicting preventive maintenance on the filters. Another case, it's about prediction or forecasting. So this is a case we did to establish a write-back functionality from the cloud to actually the PLCs running on the plant. So we have some kind of closed loop. And we are trying to regulate the pH on the wastewater treatment plant. So we also integrated back the forecast into the SCADA, and we are also set up some control of some pumps and so on to use this prediction. This is a trend showing the actual value. A historical value is the blue one, and the yellow one is the historical prediction of this value. And this is a 2-hour prediction. So it means this fall you can see here was decided 2 hours before, so like maybe here. This is a simple forecast. It's not too many variables or too hard, but it gave us the knowledge that we can run models in the cloud. We can take the data back into control systems, and we can use it for something that can improve our production. We also use what IntelliSea call Data Explorer, and that's analytic tools, and by utilizing the strength of the cloud services and all the updated time series data, we can now analyze without any pre-processing of data. Many systems were like, okay, I take data from this system, I wash the data and do some export and imports and so on. We have everything streaming to the cloud, and they are updated to 2 seconds ago, and they have data for like 7 years in the same service. So that's really nice, and I'm going to show one case to give you an idea what we can use. So this is a heater. It's from the plant producing starter culture for adding to the cheese production. So we had this Mr. Pumpel. He was a production manager, and he came complaining that the heating, it takes too long. It shouldn't be like this. And I was sitting in the neighbor office where the complaints came, and my boss, he asked the production leader, okay, when did this occur? Was this something new today, or has it been like this for weeks or whatever? But Mr. Pumpel, he's not sure. So what they do, they sit together on the computer with this old trend tool we have been used for decades, and they try to see when this heating problem occurred. And this is the temperature sensor for like 2.5 years. Of course, that's not possible to see any trends or when this happened. So we need to segment our data, and that we can do in IntelliSea. We can choose a different tag from our time series data. So here you can see we segmented all the data on a step number. So when the heater is in step number 30, we say this is one segment. And when you go out of step 30, we are out of the segment. And we set up the axis. So the x-axis is just the start time of the segment, and the y-axis is the average temperature within this segment. And just to mention, this can be used. You don't have to be a data analyst or engineer to use this. This is open for the operators, for production leaders, technical staff, and so on. And when you segment the data, it looks like this. So now we can see that this is a problem going on for years, because the average temperature of this sensor, of the heater, has been dropping. And that helps my maintenance manager to find the problem. And now we see a different time span, and we can see the problem was fixed, and my colleagues were happy. So also this Data Explorer can show your data different ways. This is what we call a batch overlay. We have a lot of batch production in dairy, so we add some products to a tank, they run a program, and there could be temperature programs. This is pH. How is the pH development during the batch? So that's one out of different examples. This is also a plot. Here we take and categorize all the cheese vats. One segment here is actually the dry matter of cheese. So that's NIR. It's near-infrared measurements of the cheese. So we measure the cheese surface. We can then determine the fat content, protein content, and dry matter. And that's important for producing stable cheese every day throughout the year. Yes, so this Data Explorer is what I think a combination of analytic tools. It's not rocket science, but when you combine this with a lot of historical data and your updated real-time data, you can log on, you have your data, you have it updated. I think that's something that's quite unique, and maybe just a few industrial companies possess these kind of combinations. So my last topic is about MES. I'm not sure if that's something familiar in drilling, but I think you have the same style tools. So for us, this is about taking decisions, helping operators. It becomes harder and harder. I think maybe Björn also talked about that. It's getting hard to recruit knowledge, and we are running 24/7, and typically we see that yes, during office hours there's a lot of knowledge about production equipment and so on, but in the night and in the throughout weekends and so on, we need to help operators doing the correct decisions. So that's one of the motive of MES, and also traceability. And traceability is, of course, is really important in food production, because you have to know which eggs to take back from the market when there's something wrong with the eggs. Same with cheese. But for us also, track and trace is more also about optimization, because we need, this is like a blockchain, every event that's batch related in our production is logged. So when a tank delivers milk to a line, and a line delivers the milk to a new tank, and so on, they are all connected with each other. So you can track back for every step. And that's important also when you're doing optimization, looking into data. So this is handled by MES and also quality control. OEE, also to keep track of why did my line stop. And this is a tool for improving the production. And we integrated to SCADA, all the LIMS and ERP systems and so on. And also then planning production and reporting back. How much did I produce? How much did I consume of milk or any other ingredients? So MES can look like this. This is from the cheese department. We have different sections here. Here we can see the production orders, what's planned, and the actual amount, the time, and so on. We can also see some simple statuses from the different parts. We can see the line efficiency. We can see also there's a lot of journals or shift notations taken from, taking log, making a log from all the shifts and so on. And also we have a lot of tasks that's being automatically created based on triggers from the production. So when cheese number 30 goes out of the pressing system, initiate a task to the operators and notify him, now you have to go to take a piece out of the cheese, because we're going to analyze that in 4 hours. That's one example. Yeah, this is more of the same. There are a lot of KPIs, so they can use this in 24-hour meetings to see how did we do, what have the operators during the night written into the shift log, how was the pH and the standard deviation of the pH, how was the weight of the cheeses, and so on and so on. So this is a picture from the track and trace part of the MES, and we can now see the reverse genealogy for one batch, and we can see all the steps where it came from, and we can of course expand every step, both back and forward. So this is also data that we use in creating reports using Power BI. We can then segment data, sensors to batches, and also batches earlier in the genealogy of the production. So combining LIMS data with online data, with process data, I think that's one of our focuses now in the future. I think that's my last slide. I think I'm okay on the time as well. Hope so.
Really interesting talk. Shashi Thalia with Halliburton. I have a question. Can you talk a little bit about what are your value drivers? Where is automation helping you in your business?
Yes, you sound like my boss because because I'm a technical guy. I love working with these systems. But they keep nagging about what's the value, what's the business case of doing this. And we see also in future the costs for using the cloud for both AI and data storage, it's rising. And we need to focus on the business case. And we started together with IntelliSea last year to run these processes on each case. We are not spending any time on cases we do not know there's value in. But there's a lot of cases that gives us value because we are trying to standardize products throughout the year because we have seasons in Norway and cows are inside in the winter and outside in the summer, different food, and the products can vary. And also we try to use the same amount of milk, protein, milk, lactoses, and fat for every cheese that's in the stores. And there's a lot of money. And also when you start a big cheese factory in the morning and the process lines are filled with cheese and milk, it has values of millions. And in oil and gas, it's nothing maybe, but for a dairy, it's a lot of money. So we need to keep it running and without any stops, and there's a lot of money in such cases.
Yeah, that was great. Calvin Holt with Drill Docs. On your reports, you showed some dashboards. I got the 24-hour dashboard, but on the one, it looked like there was 5. Yeah, I could see a bunch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are different panels. My question is, on the operations side, is this for the technician / operator or for management or the engineers? How does that work? How do you manage that balance between something you need to respond on right now versus maybe something a little more static?
Good question. This dashboard is for the control room operators. The 24-hour dashboard, which was this one, is meant for the morning meeting with the management and the operators, giving reports on what happened, and also technical staff, maintenance guys. So we have different views for the different, let's say, audience or users. Did you have a specific question to this?
Well, if there's a problem like right now, is this the dashboard that's going to pick it up?
Could be, yes. One example is producing cheese. It's really important to keep track of the pH of the cheese. It needs to be the same time after time. So what we call is a 4-hour pH. So 4 hours after you add starter culture, which is the bacteria, things start to happen. After 4 hours, you need to measure the pH of the cheese. And that's one of the key parameters. And here you can see this is SPC charts. So have some different rules. Should be within the limits, and it should not have like many concurrent rising or lowering. So that's one example. But this is, of course, just the MES. It's we also have the SCADA screens next to this with the alarm systems and so on, which giving much more details on your production. Yeah.
My last question is, did you come up with your own rules? Do you have a rules philosophy, alerts philosophy, or did that come from the builder of the system?
I did not come up with it, but I think this project was having participants from operators, from management of the plant, from IT, from the vendor, from the system integrators. So creating a design specification. And yeah, I'm not sure how these exact rules, where they come from, but I think they give sense for the production staff. But this can be configured, and yeah, it's a configurable system, so you can set up different rules and different alarms.
Todd Fox, H&P. You hinted on it earlier, but a little bit more on the variability on a daily basis in volume. You know, how wide a swing? You know, what's the variance in an individual cow? Is it so many? And then seasonality on QA/QC. I think in Napoleon Dynamite, he could tell that one ate from an onion patch. Do you guys, can you figure that out?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry. On variability, the daily variability, so is it a wide swing of gallons per day that you receive from the dairy farms, and then what affects the quality, and how big of a problem is that?
Yeah. Yes, we have different seasons and different volumes coming in, definitely. This dairy, this plant, is a plant that's used to regulate. So when people taking Christmas holiday, some of the plants are stopped, and then this facility receives more milk, because we can produce products that with a longer can keep longer, and it's not fresh milk. And yes, the ingredients and of the milk will vary from winter to summer. The age of the milk, is it 1 day old, or is it 2 days old? So there are many different things that will affect this production. I'm not a product specialist, so probably somebody else can talk days about what can influence the cheese production. But it's living bacteria, And that's really sensitive. You can have viruses attacking these bacteria, so you need to keep everything clean, and you need to keep some production, some products away from other products. So it's quite sensitive.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. One question more. Upon anomalies detected on your data.
So your first question is, what is not measured?
Yeah, so for example, are there things that people have to still, measure by sending a human to collect data?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Number one. And number two, are there other types of physical intervention?
That I don't understand.
Like, for example, they have to go and open a valve. That's not automated.
Manual operation.
Manually, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So first, yes, there's still the majority of all the analysis done on the products is done the way you are thinking. It's taking out samples, taking to the laboratory, and doing the analysis there. So that's absolutely the majority. We have some different inline measurements. We measure the milk, but that's just protein and some chemical numbers of the product. We cannot measure the bacterial numbers, how many bacteria is in the milk and so on. So, but more and more we use inline measurements. And the second question was, yes, thank you. There's basically no manual operation. We have in this plant like 6,000–7,000 valves. I would say they're all automated, controlled and logged.
Across plants in the dairy industry, or is it an exception?
This is maybe one of the most automated plants, yes. But there's no dairies in Norway that this is like how I start my production, going and turning valves and so on. So that's not possible, because you need to run also the cleaning inside the pipes, the tanks, and so on, and you need to document how did you run your cleaning, are you sure it's clean, and so on. So no, there's not so many valves that's manual. It's more like, okay, now we're going to close for maintenance, like this. Yeah.
Hello, Michael Zhang. I'm with Patterson UTI, data scientist. So first, I wanted to start and say that I love how you focused on the culture of killing myths and proving facts, right? So I think that's a lesson that everyone here really appreciates. Specifically, you had talked about, really rolling out these no-code systems and these visualization tools. How did you overcome the adoption challenge, right? Getting people who may not be used to looking at all these tools, using these visuals, to really embrace. So from your control room operator to the production line, if you did face challenges, how did you overcome those?
Are you sure I overcame them? Because that's a difficult one. It's a good question. And yes, people like me, we love like new tools, and we have also different operators, different people. They think that this is the best way to work on papers, because if there's something wrong, I can just turn it and I can fix it. And that's maybe one of the major problems in our data, because it's once you have recorded, it's recorded in different systems, and it's hard to fix. We don't have this in all kinds of systems. So yes, that's a problem, and I would say that's work in progress. And I think it's much easier with new generations coming in, used to tablets, used to digitalization tools and so on. So yeah, if anyone have the formula or how to achieve this better than me, I'm thankful to hear about it.
Just a quick one. I may have missed it. Is there an AI element to this? Because I saw Power BI and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not
That's
AI.
not AI.
So where's the neural network, or show me some AI?
This is AI. And it's running. Yes, we have several models running in the cloud. It's anomaly detection models. So we train them with our data, our historical data from the sensors, from the face tags saying which state I'm in and so on. We train these models and they run in the cloud.
Hey, Aaron Simon, SLB. I had a question on predictive maintenance. I like the example you showed about the heating element and how it was kind of showing degrading performance over time. I imagine you could probably develop a model as you see that over and over and train a model to say, okay, we have to maintain this at this particular point in time to prevent it from degrading beyond a certain threshold. However, I guess what I've seen in parallel is perhaps there's an engineer that's working to upgrade that heating element to make it more reliable, more robust. And once they implement that upgrade, all the historical data is no longer relevant to train that predictive maintenance model. Have you faced that conundrum?
Yes.
And I guess how have you combated it in the past?
There's no simple solution for that in this tool. So yeah, it could be also smaller. It could be, okay, somebody changed the characteristics of a valve. It could be, yeah, we just replace the valve, the pump, new frequency converter. Anything like this will, let's say, destroy your historical data for the models that's running. Because now it's completely new type of data. So yes, sometimes we try to fix that. So the valve or pump will give us the same data, and that's not always possible. Then we have to train again. So good question.
Fair enough.
Any more questions?
So I guess one of the challenges we have in our industry is sensor calibration and sensor maintenance, right? And we struggle to figure out automatically, is the sensor smart enough to tell us when it's ready, failing, calibrating. Can you talk a little bit about how you're handling it on your end?
Like calibration strategy or, yeah. So, yes, many of our sensors are like really critical for food safety. So when it comes to pasteurization, there are really strict rules. How long should you heat your milk, at which temperature? So these are really critical parameters. Also pressures and flows and so on. And we have also other measurements like the part of the cooling chain. So you need to be below 4 degrees for the storage of your product. And we have less important measurements. Probably the same in your business. So we, over years, let's say we start on a high frequency calibrations. We look at the results and we update the plans from that. What I also have seen, some vendors came up with this special sensors on temperature because they use materials that have this dipping point. And that's really, I'm not sure what the name of that, probably some of you, but that can prove that now you are on exactly like 50 degrees and you can do like a self calibration or notification that's time to calibrate. And also on pasteurizing, we have two sensors. So you can see when one is deviating from the other, it will alarm the operators. Now there's something wrong with this sensor. I'm not sure if that, I don't think we have time for a long answer, so hope that helped.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me introduce our third keynote speaker. It's Professor Dr. Kostas Alexis. He's a professor in NTNU. Kostas conducts research in the domain of resilient robotic autonomy. So through his studies, he examined the potential of autonomous systems to navigate in extreme environments. So the research areas include the domains of robot control, path planning, and also simultaneous localization and mapping. And so he's been a project director in a number of European and US grants on resilient robot autonomy, and I'm pretty sure it's an amazing presentation.
Thank you. So thanks first of all for the invitation. So let me go directly to what I'll present. I have a very different background, I think, from the majority of you, but I think I hope I can be able to connect it a little bit, at least in spirit. So what we're working on at the university is what we try to develop is essentially, give you a background, is how can robots be in terms of their ability to reason and act on the world. By act, I also mean especially to decide what they do in the world, in a mission, on their own. And of course, because you have the privilege of the university, a lot of real-life hurdles, we can kind of, for a moment, put them aside. In other words, if something doesn't work tomorrow, we can spend one more year to investigate it, for example. And we have sole focus on what machines can do completely on their own. Now, we do understand that, of course, in practice, you would like to have the human on the loop in some form or fashion and so on and so forth. But as a university, from the perspective of pushing the frontier, whatever I'm going to show from now on contains no instant that the human played any role other than putting on the robot, playing start, and then the rest is just on its own. Now, to say this, I must, to give the results in better perspective, I will just quote, and I typically quote this guy all the time. There was 1988, one professor at Carnegie who said in very rough terms is that, it's going to be way easier for computers, and he mentioned it back in then, 1988, to demonstrate the ability to have standardized intelligence tests as good as humans, which currently we do know that, for example, ChatGPT scores above 90th percentile on SATs, standard test with which you go to university in the United States. But it will be extremely difficult or nearly impossible, I think he lost it maybe there, but good point overall, to have the physical capabilities and reasoning of a 1-year-old toddler. I think if he was to say 2-year-old, it will be really spot on for the next many years. What I want to say with that is that robots that operate on the world are very hard when it comes to reasoning. And I think what we take for granted, which is our insane ability to have dexterous skills and also reason for things that move, reason about objects, the interrelationship of objects, that this microphone is simply on this table and so on and so forth. We take it for granted because it's embedded into us, essentially. And it's very difficult actually to develop it. So I'll start with a video to give you an understanding of what we do. So again, as mentioned, everything that will be shown here is with the robots completely on their own. And what you see in all these instances of this video will be different robots that the first thing they do is that they fuse data of the sensors on board. Now, this robot happens to have a LiDAR, a 3D LiDAR, much like automotive sensors, and also a thermal camera alongside IMU, so accelerometer and gyroscopes. This is something that also all your smartphones have nowadays. And then it reasons about where it is in the environment. This is an underground gold mine in Nevada. Likewise here, this is an iron mine in Switzerland, and so on and so forth. It fuses the data. It's identical algorithms, by the way, so whatever you saw on the drone is identical on the ground, and so on and so forth. And it finds its position in the 3D world, there is no GPS, maps the environment in 3D, reasons about where to go next to explore it. It doesn't know the map of the underground mine a priori, so it has to reason about where to go to explore it. These are large, complicated networks of tunnels and so on and so forth, also not necessarily in good scenes. And then it was also avoiding obstacles, which is exemplified in what you see here. And now, when we say we work on resilient autonomy, we care to develop the methods that enable autonomy across robot configurations. In other words, in 2025, we try to find what is the source that makes systems operate autonomously without over-specialization to a particular system. Now, we do know that in robotics we can specialize on a system, and of course, one should specialize on a system if it is a product, but at the university level, we try to think what can make things autonomy as the foundational models, methods, strategies, and so on and so forth. So I showed drones, I showed legged robots. I'm very recently in Norway in the last 4 years, and we have a small part of activities that relates to underwater systems, for which the next part of the video will show. And then it will allow me to actually, the results you see will allow me to explain more what we do in practice, research-wise. So give me a second also to indicate the last part. This is inside the ballast tank. Maybe some of you are familiar with this type of environments. The robot maps reasons about the structures of the longitudinals, and then makes good maps. I mean, in terms of precision, robots are better than humans. These are millimeter or centimeter, worst case, accurate maps. And then, we have the same transferability of results in underwater, confined inspection, exploration, mapping, and so on and so forth. Exclusively with vision, we do understand that the underwater domain is dominated by other types of sensors, and so on and so forth. But my background comes from this type of modalities, and we believe it is relevant when close-by facilities are in any case present, which might be applicable to several industries. This is inside a submarine bunker in Trondheim. Okay, I'll walk through some of these results in detail further. So let me now walk you through what we do. So if you think from sensors all the way to actions, a high-level view of autonomy will relate to how sensors are fused, how the robot reasons about data, and first of all knows where it is in the absence of GPS or any other infrastructure for global positioning, maps the environment, reasons about the objects. This is key, not only to have the geometry of things, but also what object each object is. Then the next thing will be to, given a representation, decide what to do next to serve a human-defined mission objective. This might be to explore, inspect, find an object, find a dynamic entity, follow a dynamic target, and so on and so forth. Then it has to control. Currently, control gets more and more and more augmented from the traditional control world, which was essentially we have a state and we command, for example, the motors. Currently, control is repurposed to involve high-dimensional images, LiDARs, and so on and so forth, directly for high update rate, collision avoidance, safety, and so on and so forth, directly without only relying on the maps. And of course, a robot is as good as its physical embodiment, right? So you can do the things that your body allows you to do. So I will walk through some indicative instances of the lab's research across this line. So let's start with perception. So let's consider this class of environments. You don't have GPS, you don't have good lighting conditions. That's maybe it's easy to fix because you can always carry your own light. Of course, this violates some assumptions, but okay. You have smoke, for example, and other obscurants. Self-similarity. In other words, if the world is always the same as you move forward, geometrically or visually, it's very difficult to know how much you move forward, and so on and so forth. And you have this in certain industrial environments like tunnels, and so on and so forth. Narrow, simultaneously very large scale, and so on and so forth. So we're going to have the ability to deploy systems across these conditions, and we don't want a system that fails. Now, of course, there are three aspects in resilience. One aspect of resilience is to have redundancy, so you must not exclusively rely on a single sensor, for example. It's very important also to have resourcefulness. So if you have only one way to solve the problem, then if this way doesn't apply to the environment, to the application, to the challenge, then it's very likely to fail. And then, of course, each of your methods has to be robust. So that's why we will focus on multimodal sensor fusion. So for example, we can be fusing LiDARs, thermal vision, normal vision, and so on and so forth. And then we can get results that, for example, allow us, I'm going to skip the math for this. In any case, they are very minimalistic in this presentation. For example, we can go to a simple case of entering a self-similar tunnel. And of course, LiDAR there is bound to fail for the reasons that I mentioned. I think the lighting may not allow you to see this video. But of course, the vision allows you to penetrate. I'll show you something a bit more relevant application-wise. You can be in an area that is as smoke-filled as you see there. You can fuse information from both radar and LiDAR. Radar is the key here because radar is unaffected from obscurance of this nature, like smoke and so on and so forth. LiDAR is affected, especially the wavelengths of automotive LiDARs, which is 850 to 905 nanometers. So this is a 50-meter LiDAR on board, but actually it sees only roughly 1 to 2 meters away. Each box here is 1 meter, and it cannot see due to the obscurance. But of course, the multimodal fusion of the two allows you to retain the consistency enabled by radar, alongside the accuracy you can get from a LiDAR. And of course, in the very degraded part, the map is still relatively more noisy and so on and so forth, because even the readings from the LiDAR are more noisy than normally, whereas when you go to the clean area, the maps are of more high accuracy. And I'm going to show many field results down the line in this presentation. So the first key point is that to build resilience, you start with sensorial multimodality. There is no way to take a system that exclusively relies on a single modality and ensure that the environment will always be amenable to your capabilities, at least in our perspective. Then we have a small extension to it. This is literally 1 year's or slightly more worth to underwater systems. There we care to think, and that's again a university perspective for that, we care to think, shouldn't we just do it with vision? And of course, this is something that has been coined in the research environment and so on and so forth. There are several challenges with underwater vision. Most importantly, you cannot see far away and so on and so forth. But we believe that in the industrial world and what we discuss with partners, there is a good niche set of applications where you can have a surface relatively nearby, at least occasionally, and it actually will make sense to have very reduced costs. So we can develop specialized camera models that account for refraction and so on and so forth. And I think very importantly, not only we can develop these models, but we can also estimate online physical parameters like the refractive index of the medium and so on and so forth, and also other aspects of the optics by compounding camera models that account for such effects. We can run them all the way to what we call visual inertial odometry, which is fusion of cameras with IMUs. Here we refer to very low-cost IMUs. This is literally $1 IMU, actually $2, including the breakout board. So this means roughly $1 sensor. And the cameras are also in the order of $200 and so on and so forth. If it was industrial production, it will be even cheaper. But the most important thing is that you still cannot guarantee that you always have good visual quality underwater. This is very difficult. But what you can actually do is use physical principles and physical simulation to develop models that will, neural models that will exploit high fidelity modeling of your robot to the level that we can do roughly a kilometer without any form of exteroception, without essentially vision or something like this. And again, this is not with the typical high quality IMUs you are familiar in, if you're familiar in underwater systems. So on the left, the system will demonstrate that we can use, of course, vision underwater. That's nothing new. What the left actually demonstrates that we can estimate the physical parameters of the medium. And on the right, we compare ground truth when the robot has accessibility to visual data, and also when we completely disable vision into the system, and we only rely on a neural model that utilizes motor information and accelerometer and gyroscopes. And we know that we can do roughly a kilometer of that without failing our odometry, and we intend to do this a small test from Trondheim to a nearby island to demonstrate this in more practical terms. Let me walk you to the next step in order to try to make the overall picture first. So assuming now that you, under what I show, we can have the ability to know where we are in the environment and also map the environment and reason about the objects in the system, do a type of mission. Now, for the sake of this presentation, I have constrained the types of missions that matter to things such as exploring an industrial environment or otherwise an environment anyhow that you don't know a priori any map. Number one. Number two, inspect it. And by inspect it, I refer to, for example, work we do together with classification societies that follow their rules, like 1 arm's length, certain perspectives, certain angles, certain light conditions, and so on and so forth, finding objects of interest, etc. So we have developed also here, again, focusing on general methodologies as a unified, we call it graph-based methodology for informative path planning. It doesn't matter now how it's called. But what matters is that it accounts for a robot model. So you have the robot kinematics. Then it accounts for your sensor models. So you have what your sensors perceive, how they perceive, and so on and so forth. It builds what we call volumetric representation of the environment. I don't know how many of you have kids that play video games. I assume some of you do. But if you know Minecraft, Minecraft uses these voxelized worlds of the scene. And the reason why Minecraft does voxelization is because you can, in computer science terms, hash this all in a big lookup table in memory. And then you have super efficient computational search about how your map is. So you can find if a path collides with a world, if you go there, how much new volume your sensor will see, and so on and so forth. And then you can also essentially build what we call a random graph. Random is not in a bad sense. Random means that we search the space and then we connect the pieces, and therefore we build a reasoning about what a robot can do in this environment. This will allow us to navigate robots in complex scenes, avoid obstacles, even obstacles that, you know, the opening is as big as the robot with few centimeters of extra distance, handle challenges such as dealing with stairs if you are a legged system, and so on and so forth. So on the left, we typically build also the robots of the lab, but on the left, this is a robot we haven't built. This is in collaboration with my previous, two times previous institution at ETH, and a company in robotics, and then on the right, application with drones and the underwater systems, and so on and so forth. But what you see in all these missions for the moment is this pink or otherwise different color paths, also pink there, and I think also pink here, where the robot always decides in an iterative fashion what to do next to satisfy my mission objective. Here, mission objective in all these missions is to explore the scene on the left, on the bottom, and on the right part, but I will amplify this afterwards, is also to map with high accuracy particular objects of interest, not only just the general geometry. And what is the challenge here is that, you know, this mission on the left, for example, is multiple kilometers. This raises computational issues and so on and so forth. And of course, yes, we have increased resources nowadays in robotics, there's no question, but at the same time, you cannot just have a robot that seamlessly stores a monolithic map, like a huge map, and then queries it instantaneously. So you have to do several things about breaking the maps into submaps and other things that relate more to the details of the implementation I'm gonna skip. The robot, in that sense, will be able to, in few milliseconds, calculate where to go by finding which of the candidate trajectories it can take in the future will maximize its anticipation, of course this is an anticipation, of how much it will explore down the line as it progresses. And the better way it models how well it will explore, then the more efficient it is. So reasoning about the value of a certain action in the future is key. And all of that, safety is of paramount importance, and I will comment more about that down the line. But here, safety is by means of finding if a trajectory collides with the map. And the map is built because the robot has this multi-modal sensor fusion capabilities I mentioned. Now, as mentioned, we do very little work in underwater systems and so on and so forth, but I find them very interesting, so we intend to do more of that down the line. But the first thing we did is that we exclusively work on underwater vision and sensor fusion, and then we literally took the stack we had built for drone and legged robots for collision avoidance, mapping, like dense mapping, path planning, and so on and so forth. As it was literally, we took it from one system, the repositories, and we cloned, built, and into a completely different system. And at the moment, what we just say is that it works. We don't want to say that's optimal because it was never even considering some of the particular challenges. We had to quickly model the kinematic limitations of the robot and so on and so forth. But otherwise, in principle, we believe that there is no particular need why you cannot develop a by and large, not 100%, but by and large, universal approach to autonomy on the systems, as long as your models are such that they can include parametric representations of your physical dynamics that express the robot and the sensors. So it can be generic, as long as by generic I also mean adaptive, not monolithic. Otherwise, of course, it won't be optimal to every type of system, right? And the robot here perceives and maps this underwater bunker and so on and so forth. Some of the data quality, the images, as you can see, are not good. If you were exclusively relying on vision for localizing in this scene, of course, you will fail. The robot localizes very well, and the reason why it localizes well is this neural model that I mentioned that exploits accelerometer data, gyroscope data, and very importantly, motor feedback data to estimate its trajectory when the vision data are of no accuracy or no quality. All right, now let me get from here to the fact that I mentioned that reasoning for robotics shouldn't only be about mapping. And actually, mapping is something that is relatively mature nowadays. Now, however, if you think of a human doing an operation, your operators or the people that you possibly have in your facilities and execute work do not understand merely geometries. Actually, humans are way worse when it comes to geometries compared to robots, right? The accuracy is not there. However, humans are extremely good in relative understanding of objects and understanding also the interconnection of the objects. So if I ask you what you see here, your description will be, well, textual, but it will be in the form that there's these people and these people sit on the chair and, this microphone is on this desk and so on and so forth, right? So in robotics, we call this a scene graph, a graph that depicts how the objects exist in the scene and possibly what is the interconnection of the objects in the scene. So what I want you to think is that many industries now, beyond only expressing that we have objects, detecting the objects and expressing their relationships, the other thing that is possible is that these objects have repeatable patterns. So in other words, there is some structures that repeat in an industry. Now, of course, if a human sees this, then they can optimize the operation. So if an inspector is there to inspect, for example, some ballast tanks, and all of them have identical structure, which they tend to do within a subset of a ship, for example, then they optimize this, and they don't randomly try to think where the next longitudinal is. So we have, long story short, created a mathematical procedure to do the same thing. So we detect, in this case, for example, the longitudinals, these long horizontal structures that you see. We represent them in a graph structure. The robot now, in the first room, again, this doesn't know any prior map. Here, we could know something, actually, if we were to utilize certain industry available knowledge that exists in some drawings and so on and so forth. But for the sake of test, we say no prior information. In the second room, finds the same graph, but it's only now that it finds the second example. From the second example and onwards, it will predict that the map indeed repeats. It will make a prediction. It will make a projection of the prediction in the future. So now it's in the second compartment of the ballast tank, and once it finishes this inspection, it will exit, projects its prediction, and then of course it will, at any given time, as it follows now an improved, optimized path for the inspection, if it was to see that the longitudinal was missing, it will readjust the prediction. It's not blind to its prediction, but what I mean to say is that the prediction allows to optimize the performance, and we do actually know that we get 20% and more improvement in the time needed to do the whole inspection, which it might sound, why do you care for the improvement if you have robots? Well, you care because these are large facilities, and drones, for example, are very battery inefficient. So, in other words, you care for the ability even of your system to do your mission. Now, I really want to walk you through several steps of the computational and design process. So I'll stop here when it comes to planning, but the two key takeaways so far is that you need multimodality for resilience in localization, mapping, scene reasoning. And the second thing is you need to reason for the scene in order to plan the next best action you can do for your robot. Again, remember here we consider that we don't even know anything about the environment a priori. Of course, the moment you have some prior map, you can better load it, and the robot will improve its operation, and so on and so forth. But again, we care for the generic approaches. And the third thing, is that we try to make methods that work identically, in the sense that they are adaptable, but the same algorithm is the same across robot configurations. All right. So I mentioned these two things. I want to walk you through control. Now, I guess some of you might have a control background, and the old view of control, it's still the most important view, it's still the most dominant view. So I would say not the old, maybe the classical view in control, is that we separate high-level reasoning, such as what our cameras see and so on and so forth, with motion control. Now, this is a perfectly fair game. I did all my PhD in this and many others before me, and all the history of control has been written pretty much under this assumption. But we do know nowadays, because of the advance in computation capabilities, that we can have control that will directly utilize also high-dimensional sensorial inputs. Now, when you have control that directly utilize sensorial inputs, such as cameras, lidars, and so on and so forth, the question of safety, collision avoidance, for example, or anything like that, can get a new dimension. Not only you can map and avoid, which is necessarily a latency-inducing process, mapping means that you are putting a lot of information, you are gathering information, and you put a representation to map the world. You are fusing a lot of observations to the map, which is by design implicitly a latency-inducing process. Instead, what we currently can build is 100 hertz or higher if you have higher compute. This is, for example, small drones, so you still have limited computational capabilities relatively to what you can have on a large system. So you can have 100 hertz navigation and collision avoidance by directly exploiting, for example, depth ranging measurements, cameras, and so on and so forth. So what you can slowly build, let's not focus on the details maybe of the diagram, so I'm gonna just go through the main steps. What you can build is a, let's say, controller, which is now utilizing a lot of physical models. So the physics are still here. When we say neural models, we shouldn't consider them as real black boxes in the operation, in the training sense. All the physics have been just outsourced to the simulator. There's very high quality physical simulation now. So we have these physical simulators. We take the capability to utilize the simulators, and then we train a neural net that exploits depth sensing, the knowledge of the robot for its velocity, and so on and so forth. No need to know the position for collision avoidance. That will be a constraining assumption. Position might drift at the end of the day, and even if a system drifts in estimation of the position, it should do safe avoidance. Much like you as a driver, you don't really know where exactly you are, but you always avoid the vehicles around you and so on and so forth. And then it will utilize also our model, the robot's model of its uncertainty, both in what we call the aleatoric sense, which is the uncertainty that we cannot model, but also the uncertainties that we can model, which we call epistemic uncertainties. And we'll spit out the trajectory that the robot will use afterwards for collision avoidance. So now this here is a complete replacement of conventional control. And the reason to do this is not because we want to replace conventional things. Actually, they work great, so why should we? The reason to do this is because here now we directly command, for example, the actuators of the robot, and even in this very low level, we actually do have collision avoidance. So even if our map fails, our path planning was to fail, and so on and so forth, the system will keep the mission for several minutes without colliding, much time allowing other loops like localization, mapping, path planning to recover and continue their operation. So in other words, when we think of safety, we can also think of safety as a multi-stage process that even if one layer fails, a second layer exists, and so on and so forth. Now, I mentioned one approach. We have augmented more developments in this direction. Now we also know that we can train these neural networks in a combination of synthetic and real data, because of course, the moment you have access to real data, you better incorporate them because they give you part of the information, statistical information, that the synthetic data might not have captured because your simulation is as good as you could. Reality still has, new information in it. And, actually, when you look at the result, it's identical because, in essence, in these environments, the robot actually is not really exposed to the most critical challenges. I'm going to show more of that down the line. And we can utilize different ways of training. The most, let's say, amenable to shaping the behavior is what we call reinforcement learning, and so on and so forth. And critically, from the perspective of contribution of universities to society, to the innovation, and so on and so forth, we also open source the tools for simulation for these matters. And we do not, for example, everything I show here is something that we have given all the code for people to replicate, including the robot hardware, and so on and so forth. All right. So I make a pause and say that I demonstrate that there is multi-layer safety both in the map but also at the level of control. And if you go after including neural networks in the system, if you have the question, but there is black box, I do not like it, then you can always implement a third layer of safety that works only very locally, extremely locally, and has mathematical guarantees that the system will avoid the obstacle, possibly at the expense of optimal performance. But I think we can always accept slightly worse trajectory when it comes to ensuring safety, if necessary. And for this, there's a whole new method called control barrier functions that people are developing nowadays. Now, I do mention that embodiment, so the physical capabilities of the robot, eventually is the limit of where autonomy can go. I can only do the things that my body allows me to do. So we are investigating new directions. For example, soft robots that can not only collide by means of being rigid, but also can be soft. They can go through areas that are more narrow than their own dimensions. So here it's a high-speed collision. Actually, we have tested now up to 7.5. This is relatively older video, 7.5 meters per second. We can go into areas. I think I might be having this video multiple. Yeah, it has also this boring part. Sorry for that. This was from a paper, and they asked us to do these kind of things. So we can go to areas that are more narrow than our own dimension, and of course we can build things to have the correct anisotropic properties of safety, of softness, excuse me. So this thing will do the same thing horizontally as well as vertically. And will also measure its deflection so that the controller can know the deflection of the arms and adjust the control policy as the arms bend. For those of you that might be doing control, this system by design must have a resonant, and of course there was an extra handling of the resonant poles and so on and so forth. So yeah, and you can have you can have the same capabilities as a rigid system when you are free flying, and then you also have the capabilities of a soft system when you have to interact with the world. We are making also systems that are systems of systems. So this is a robot that it's a legged robot that contains a shell on top, and it will open. Will release a flying robot to do the remaining exploration inside the forest, and so on and so forth. This is an old video, so it's taking a while until this was the first test, and then they will share the maps so they can make a collaborative mapping of the environment, and so on and so forth. And the last thing in terms of robots, we also trying to think what is the next type of robots we should be building. And on the right, for example, which is the left is in the same direction, on the right just shows a bit better, is a robot that does jumping, falling, and controlling its attitude while falling to do eventually a safe landing. We do this for a collaboration with space industry, but I think we can think of a robot that does much like cat jumping, right? So, a cat, you can leave it from 10 meters and it somehow magically will land safely. We're not there yet. If we leave this from 10 minutes, it will land with the correct attitude and crash itself the moment it interacts with the world. But there is some design for it to do. I'm going to probably let it for a while to play the video. This is also trained with reinforcement learning. Again, learning should be conceived in the sense that all the physics knowledge is really put on the simulator. And also, to be honest, we say learning and the machine learns on its own, but actually it has been hours and hours of an operator, a human engineer, trying to think how to shape certain functions so that the learning works well. So, we are not there at the point that robots learn on their own. We are really far away from that. But we have, we have very good engineers and researchers, and they can guide the robots to learn, the algorithms to learn in the way they should, right? So this, for example, this robot is released from the ceiling and so on and so forth, and we just want it to orient so that it can actually land with a correct configuration of the legs that we want it to. I think that's a reasonable, easy task, if you ask my opinion. Everything that does not involve much of interaction with the world, it's relatively easy from a control standpoint. What we're working on now is how we can safely interact with the world. We are using torque control motors and recover, make sure that the collision is not really damaging the robot. Now, we are a university, but we do like what we call field readiness. So I'm going to show you some results from that. So I'm going to say that underground environments represent many challenges. I don't know how many of you know DARPA. DARPA is the United States Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Every 10 years to 5 years, they run a competition for robotics. The last one they did was called the DARPA Subterranean Challenge, and it involved robots tasked to explore underground environments. They had what they call the tunnel segment, which was replicating underground mines, what they call the urban segment, which you can think of a subway metro station, and the cave segment, which was natural cave environments. So this competition started in 2018. I still remember the day that I learned about this. It was New Year's Eve, and I was watching a YouTube video of my lab results that one of my students had put, and some guy, I don't know from DARPA or somebody else, said you should participate in the competition. And we sent an application, and we did together with many colleagues from ETH, Berkeley, Oxford, Sierra Nevada Corporation, and Flyability. And we made a very Greek-oriented name, Cerberus, which is, I'm Greek myself. And Cerberus stands for the three-headed dog that protected the underworld, according to ancient Greek mythology. And the idea was that, and was what we built, many systems that involved a legged robot combined with flying robots, and we'll go to explore the underground environment. I think the most important thing for me for the competition was that you had to actually achieve this, and you were to be scored. So how will DARPA score you? They will ask you to enter an unknown underground environment, and then you had a certain amount of time. In the finals, it was 60 minutes. And then you had to send your robots, and they had to find as many as possible out of 40 objects of interest. You knew the classes of the objects, but you didn't know where they were. And then you were to find the correct object, report what class it is, for example, helmet. And then you were to report the location of the object with maximum 5 meters of error in a global frame. So this means that even if you go multiple kilometers, your maximum error should be 5 kilometers. Many teams participated. Ours was one of them. Competitors included NASA JPL with MIT, CSIRO, Colorado, Carnegie Mellon, and so on and so forth. We were lucky enough to win the competition. I always say lucky because, to be honest, when you compete on these things, it could be that you had a bad day or that your robot had a bad day. But I think it's good that the robots didn't have a bad day, and when they didn't, they also won the competition. So we utilized a framework of systems, legged robots, a lot of different flying robots for different sizes, different openings, and a wheeled robot, which we didn't really use it much for other than it contained a big antenna, because underground means that you don't have good comms. And actually, we didn't have good comms, and actually we had the worst solution for communications among all the other teams, because none of us had any idea for communications other than buying things that exist. So although we didn't have a good solution for communications, what we did have is a good solution for autonomy. So our robots went, explored, and because they were not in continuous communication, they were just storing locations where they could come back, drop the data back to the ground station through a hopping between networks and so on and so forth, and eventually report the data to the operator so that this data can be reported back to the DARPA server. So what we did, essentially our robots are just carriers of a lot of sensors. The bigger the robot, the more the sensors, as you can understand from here. And we had paid a lot of attention how to survive in smoke. That's an instance from the competition. They filled the area with smoke. It was a great thing because the moment we see this in the pre-finals that they're going to do this, we knew that one team was out because their ladder, we knew that from the frequency they were using wouldn't survive this type of smoke and so on and so forth. And it's also a matter of correct selection of signals and spectra and so on and so forth. So eventually, this is the finals. We deployed a multitude of systems and so on and so forth. The scoring systems were the legged robots. Those are the robots that actually contain a lot of sensors, enough to pinpoint objects in correct location. Other robots were for scouting and preliminary mapping and so on and so forth. So we enter from this gate. At this point, we align with a coordinate frame that DARPA provided us. so that we can compare our coordinates with the coordinates DARPA had for the objects. And then the robots start exploring, and they take different branches and so on and so forth. Interestingly, you only were allowed to have 5 people to deploy the robots, out of which only 1 person was allowed to communicate with the robots through his computer once the robot entered the stage. So this was also the idea of DARPA, how to make sure that this is a scalable mission, that you don't need 100 engineers for 5 robots, right? And I think some of you probably operate and understand this challenge and so on and so forth. Now this is culminating several of the pieces I showed together. Some of the pieces I showed earlier are actually newer than this, but anyhow. So they are put together, and as mentioned, the robots localize, map, find the objects, reason for the type of object it was. That was actually a relatively simple task in terms of reasoning, because they didn't ask us for the relationships of the objects, just to detect where they are and what type of object it is. And then the robot plans, finds the way. I think very importantly, when we analyze the data also of this mission and why we did well, is because none of our robots crashed. And one of the two aspects made sure that the robots do not crash. First, they had good controllers. Second, good localization and mapping. Third, they made sure not to go to the most tricky areas. We had a very good competitors. Carnegie Mellon was in this competition. They had a robot that went very far away. So there's an area here that our robots didn't explore. One of the robots from Carnegie actually managed to go there. The problem is that there was a cliff, so it really went there and then entered the cliff. They are among the best robotics people in the world. I don't mean it in a negative sense, actually. I just mean to say that autonomy is also about knowing where to be conservative. You just cannot be too conservative, because then you're not going to really achieve your mission. So this gave us some good results. You see the team there. I really like to credit all the people that were involved. You see us with COVID masks, because it was September 2021. I think the biggest hurdle was to get allowance for all these European people to fly to the US during COVID. We had to get special allowances from the US DoD. And eventually, we won the competition, and we also got a recognition of the United States Senate, which we don't know what to do with it, but we just have it on a slide. Now, last thing I want to mention is that maybe not relevant to you, but I think from a university, as taxpayers at least, you should be asking universities to make sure that they release their technology so that others can pick up. And we are indeed releasing lots of technology in the open domain. We do have some directions for commercializations and these relevant activities, but at the same time, we do want to make sure that everybody that would like to use this technology can have access. Now, we don't open source everything, because this is a very big effort to open source and document things, but we open source whenever we think it makes sense. And yeah, it's the lab people now. Currently, I think we are the largest robotics lab at the Department of Engineering Cybernetics at NTNU. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Consus. Very interesting. My question, clarification, through the test at the end, were you in constant comms?
No.
No, it was...
So the way this works, if I was to go to the map, just on this particular mission, the way it worked, this is not predefined, but in this map, the way it worked, is that we are here. You see there is a branch here. We drove, so initially, some of our first robots went through, because we're deploying them. The operator was deploying them based on reasoning when it makes sense. So a couple of robots actually went in. Then these robots had Wi-Fi, nothing better than Wi-Fi. I must say we are not comms people. And then we drove this rover to this point. It had a directional antenna and had an optical fiber cable that allows us to connect back. This was roughly 100-something meters. We had this robot here, and we had instructed to continuously turn left and right and so on and so forth in order to occasionally look towards these branches. Then 2 other of our ground robots proceeded behind. These other ground robots had some communication modules that they could drop. So around these areas, we essentially facilitate communication network. And after these areas, because essentially in this environment, this was in the mega caverns, the United States old mine actually, cavern may be confusing, it's actually man-made, which is super huge. It's designated to host 60,000 people in the event of a nuclear scenario. Not that we enter all this space, just highlighting. But due to the materials involved, in every turn you are losing comms, so with Wi-Fi. So once the robot entered these areas, they had a 15-minute allotment, or 12, I think 15, I don't remember now exactly, 15 or 12. So they had a 15-minute allotment, let's say. They were exploring, and they were making sure by the time of the minute allotment, they will have to be back here where there is communication. And this was in the path planning method that I highlighted. This is all logic implemented in the method. So the method says, well, I explore, I store where I have good communication, and then when I see I don't have good communication, I get an allotment, and then I go do my own thing as a robot, but I make sure I am back by the end of this allotment of time so that I can piggyback data back to the ground station. So no, we didn't have continuous communications, and I mentioned in the beginning that we do take the approach of autonomy in the lab. I do understand that in practice you would like to have the best possible communications, but for us, that beyond the bug was also a feature.
Thank you. And for that type of robot, approximate size with that array of instrumentation, what was your battery life or service life before recharging?
So we have roughly an hour and a half, depending on configuration on the ground robots, and that 10 to 15 minutes on flying robots, mostly out of too many sensors for flying. Otherwise, you can expand it. But these flying robots are roughly, they were 38 centimeters in width. And of course, at this stage means that the moment you put roughly a kilo of sensors, even though all the rest was 500 grams, like all the rest is 500 grams and there's 1 kilo of sensors, you still cannot make the endurance much higher. So the only way is actually to go faster, which is the second thing we care for in these systems. And I think otherwise physics at some point puts a limit to the endurance of small things.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'm Zach Whitlow from Helmerich & Payne. I have a question about something you mentioned. You talked about the levels of control, like low-level control versus high-level control, and how you could use something like reinforcement learning and just have a single level that does it all. And I was wondering if you could talk about the decision between how you might decide to use like classical control for something versus a single level of control, and kind of the costs of developing those different types of control, and what benefits you might get from reinforcement learning.
Yeah, very good question. So the first thing to say is that we use something beyond classical control when classical control is not working well. In other words, if it's working well, we do not try to replace it. I'll give some examples and where we think classical control is not working very well. At the very low level, for example, let's say motor control and this type of things, you shouldn't be doing something beyond classical control, in my opinion. As long as you can model it well, and then you have always the same simple model, you can just rely on classical control. But I will give 2 examples when classical control is not working well. A system that has a lot of physical interaction is very difficult to do with classical control. Now, if your physical interaction is rigid, stiff, it's actually not really a physical interaction. But if your physical interaction is of the nature that I will take 2 deformable objects and carry them together, or you're going to pick something like a baby, for example, or a human, anything that's not really a rigid piece, then modeling all these contact effects is not easy. When it comes, for example, walking on terrain and so on and so forth. If your terrain is this terrain, you can do very well with model-based control. If your terrain is muddy terrain, it's very difficult to do it with model-based control. So some people will say, but I can have amazing sensing and so on and so forth. But the reality of things now is that actually you can do it better with RL. And also especially at the level of robustness across environments. Likewise, the thing that you cannot do with classical control, for example, is make a model-predictive controller, the dimensionality of which is 1 million pixels, because you decided to put your image into the MPC formulation. Now, mathematically you can, but you're not going to develop constraints for 1 million pixels and so on and so forth. With RL, you do it, and the computational time at inference is 20 milliseconds. And so it will be great if we can do everything with model-based control, in my opinion. We just cannot do everything. On the other hand, if you're making a flight controller for something that flies and it's not interacting with the scene and so on and so forth, I think there is no good reason, other than some niche case maybe, that you should do it with RL. You should do it with model-based control. In other words, for things that we have understood very well in physics, and they are amenable to a relatively low-dimensional, simple, reliable model, my personal taste, this is not a law, but my personal taste will be to go for model-based control any far of the way. For things that we do not model very well to a simple model, but we can model very well to a complex simulator, then, or we need very high dimensionality, then I will be going for learning.
Great presentation. Congratulations on your win. That's quite impressive. That's some serious competition you had there. My question is a little off to the side about the competition itself. We as an organization here have a contest called Drillbotics, and it's very impressive to see the prize money. The question is a difficult one because I'm not really sure how to ask it, but it's more about the culture at the university, how you came up with this idea to go to the U.S. What is the sort of the strategy within the university for the students to learn, to see what a career could be, and how you played that role. If you could tell a little story about that.
Yeah. First of all, personally, I was in the US at this point, but irrelevant. I think we could have participated. And there is a team from Australia that participated, and all the team, or 9% of the team, was in Australia. 10% was at Georgia Tech. Now, DARPA, these competitions, historically, they have actually been led by universities. So the previous one was DRC, which was humanoids, and it ended 2015, if I remember correctly, or a bit, maybe 14. And the one before that, that ended early 2000s, was autonomous driving. And these competitions, the style, what they're asking, is typically not for industry yet. Now, industry is super capable, but industry does not necessarily develop things that do not have, obviously, a product value at the time, right? So these competitions are, first of all, I think, in terms of the type and the problem, geared towards universities. For example, FLIR, which I guess some of you might know, was in the competition, and they were eliminated in the first year. And I don't think FLIR was eliminated for any bad reason, to be honest. I think FLIR will have, I think, a company, my interpretation is that the company has to see the value of all of that to go invest a lot of resources. For us, somehow there is a value, like from a university. What is the value? You can come and discuss. Maybe the training of the people, maybe the recognition, whatever, right? I think actually this answers part of your last question. So it is a training of the people. It's everybody who have graduated from this team has extremely good skills and extremely good career, down like observing their career paths now. It's a very good thing to put in the CV, to be honest. One of my PhDs, Frank, who finished the competition and graduated a month later, he had offers from Tesla, Anduril, and so on and so forth. He picked Anduril. It's a large defense contractor now in the US, and so on and so forth. It's just very simple now to progress if you have this background. So I think that's a good reason. For professors, it's a little bit of recognition and a little bit of ego, and so on and so forth. I must admit, I have no problem in saying that. But I think the most important thing that DARPA did, and I have not seen another competition, is what DARPA did in the competition. I think what we did is technically maybe valuable, but what DARPA did, and the program manager from DARPA, Tim Chang, alongside the whole team, is that I have never participated, I have never been in my professional career so far, been in an environment where I always see that somebody has thought very good the problem, much better than me, has amazing way to express the problem and explain what is the challenge of the problem, much better than me, has a way to understand what all the teams are doing. So that because when they design this competition, remember, they have to bring a competition that people can solve, but it's not easy. So they have to shape a competition that is reachable, but not naive. It's very easy to make us all stop in the first minute. They could just, make a huge problem in the first 100 meters. All teams will just break, right? So I think DARPA has the skill to make this, which I can attribute to their experience and so on and so forth. They have very good people and so on and so forth. But I think this made this competition so successful. And the fourth thing is that, remember, this is a competition about fundamental research with all the teams that were in the competition, especially the ones that scored very well and had very good results. We partner down the line, although we're competing in this competition. Everything is published. Most teams have open source and so on and so forth, and we do partner. So it also created a good environment. The last photo, not of the team, of the DARPA competitors, there were more than 250-something people in the finals, right? This is a good set of roboticists with which we can make network. So I think there is a lot of added value in the process. It's a very consuming process. I think 2 million actually is nothing, to be honest. For us, the team was 50 people for 3 years. Across the institutions, this is not 2 million. So they gave us 4.5 million to participate, and 2 million because we won. I'm sure we spent, I never counted, but more than 15 million just for the process, right? Yeah.
Hello, Michael Zhang with Patterson UTI. So again, excellent presentation. I thought it was very impressive. The levels of multimodality you were able to integrate into the control system. Early on, you talked about a challenge which I think is actually pretty parallel with a lot of what we see in oil and gas, and that's around when you either have intermittent data, and specifically you were talking about spatiality, right? And being able to take either information from, and I wasn't quite sure, either historical true measured data, right, and train a neural network or a physics-based model. So I was a little interested in just knowing more about, I believe it was a GRU model that you were using.
In this case,
Like in that case, were you able to, did you have to use real measured data to train that GRU, or were you able to use a physics-based model?
Yeah, yeah. So in this part, I will first answer to the particular case, and then I will show more or less an architecture that is answering your question a bit more generally. To this particular case, because this was about modeling the predicted trajectory of the robot based using an accelerometer and motor data, we could collect, because this is a relatively small data set, right? It's only your motions. We could collect real data and train directly on real data. When it comes to supervised learning tasks, it's relatively doable in many problems to do this with real data. And if you can do it with real data, absolutely go ahead and do it with real data. But if you have a more complex case where you need, for example, to include images and things like that, it's very difficult to collect all the possible ways the world might look. To be honest, this is even difficult with simulation. It's just, way more cheap to go create simulation environments, even parametrically, compared to go collecting data. However, real data still have a very big value. So you can split the neural network architecture. So look at my upper branch and look at the lower branch. So the upper branch, which is called SEVAE, doesn't really matter. It contains some components from a variational autoencoder. It takes the high-dimensional inputs, those that it's very difficult to capture in real data exhaustively, for which you really need synthetic data a lot, but you still want to have the value of the real data. So it allows you to make a supervised training step in which you can combine synthetic data and real data to the mixture you have. Typically, we try to operate at a 95-5% ratio. We want to have 95% synthetic data, 5% real data. That's a reasonable good assumption. So if you can get 5%, it gets you really far away compared to 0% of real data. Now, because we split this architecture, the second step, which typically we train with reinforcement learning, for example, which wouldn't be amenable to utilize real data because you will have a robot that's not working here and crashing itself multiple times, right? So RL means reinforcement learning that most of the time the robot is failing and not succeeding in the training process. So the second part now utilizes a low-dimensional latent vector. So this is, we start from roughly, let's say, 1 million pixels up there. We have roughly 128 floats, 128 variables here. And so we have a compressed representation. So this also plays the role of reducing the training time of reinforcement learning, which is what we call sample inefficient, which means it takes a lot of time to train, practically speaking. So you really care to reduce. You can buy more machines if you are asked or something, but also mathematically you care to make the training time fundamentally lower. So this comes from the architecture, and the rest part is trained synthetically, because now this is motion equations, and motion equations we can simulate with high fidelity. So, I mean, that's our architecture. There are many others. Currently, this is old work. The trend now is to have something that replaces what I show above, and not only have good encoding of the training data, how they look, but also predictive capabilities. Now, this is called world models. And so this is an architecture. There are many others, and others potentially better, and so on and so forth, because those are relatively old. And I think the trend now is to include in RL prediction. Because if you do prediction, if you're familiar with classical control, for example, some of you, in predictive control terms, then you can predict how the environment will change over the horizon. Reinforcement learning does something very similar. Actually, mathematically, it's identical. It's called a rollout. And you need to train to find your best action in the future. You need to have a good estimate how your world will change in the same timeline, right? So therefore, now there's something called world models, and there's a lot of research coming out in this dimension. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more? Last chance? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is just a few words to thank everyone for this event. First of all, of course, thank you to our great speakers. I hope you enjoyed the dialogue, the conversation, the opportunity to see what is done in the other industries. And So one more time, I would say, please, big round of applause to Bjorn, Doug, and Kostas. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Dimitrios and Sarah, for giving the updates. And I guess thank you for me for helping you to run this. Also, I would like to say thank you to the organizers. So we had a great committee meeting together, helping also to bring together. So Eric, John DeWard, John McPherson, Michael, Karma as well, Sarah and Blaine. Thank you very much, for it wouldn't be possible without you. I would like to say thank you also to the helpers. We had an amazing live streaming team. Hopefully the people in the other parts of the world were also able to join. And also the recording would be available, so if you miss something, you're welcome always to look at it at our YouTube web page for the DSATS. I would like to say thanks Stavanger Forum for helping and for organizing the coffee and also for some drinks now afterwards and some nibbles. And of course the SPE staff for bringing this venue together. And special thanks, of course, goes to our sponsors. So thank you for our platinum sponsors, to Corwa, Baker Hughes, and Halliburton, because the event would not be possible, and also the live streaming would not be possible with them, and also for the gold sponsors, for Drill Docs. So I think it's been a great session, and of course thank you all of you for coming and participating. This would have not been the same without you. Okay, and so thank you. Right now I would like to say that, well, for everyone who is here, please go to the reception, which is just right here out of the room. They will be served some drinks. And then for people joining the live stream, thank you for joining, and I guess we'll see you next year. Thank you.